Hey sleepyheads, hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. It showed up on a Thursday, late morning. I was working from home, half answering emails, half trying not to fall into a YouTube hole. It was one of those cold, gray days where everything feels like it's moving half a second slower than usual. The knock didn't even sound like a knock. It was more like someone thumped their fist against the door once, then walked away. I figured it was a delivery, so I opened the door and looked around. Nobody there. Just a small package sitting dead center on the welcome mat. No box markings, no Amazon tape, no shipping label, just plain brown cardboard sealed with duct tape, with a bright red, fragile sticker slapped on the top like an afterthought. I didn't think much of it at first. I get deliveries all the time, work stuff. Junk I forgot I ordered, the usual. But something about this one bugged me right away. I picked it up and turned it over. No address, no sender, no postage. Not even my name. Just nothing. I looked up and down the street like maybe someone was pranking me. But everything was normal. Trash bins at the curb. Leaves blowing across the sidewalk, no one in sight. I brought the box inside and set it on the kitchen table, sat down, stared at it for a minute. That's when the unease started creeping in, not panic or fear, just that off-center feeling you get when you walk into a room and forget why you're there, something not fitting into the pattern. Curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed a steak knife and sliced through the duct tape. Inside, nestled in crumpled brown paper, were two things. A black burner phone, still in its shrink wrap, and a flash drive. That's it. No note, no instructions, just those two items sitting there like a puzzle I didn't ask for. I took the flash drive out first. Standard USB, no markings. I plugged it into my laptop, more out of habit than logic. I think I was expecting some kind of weird spam file or a dumb prank video. Maybe someone in my building accidentally dropped it at the wrong unit. What opened was a folder, no name. Inside were video files, dozens of them. At first, I couldn't tell what I was looking at. Grainy, jittery footage. Some of it shot from high angles, like security cameras. Others were handheld. Phones, probably. Or dash cams. I clicked on the first one. A woman walking home from work. She had a tote bag, white sneakers, AirPods in. The camera followed her from a distance, staying behind trees and cars. At one point, she stopped to look at her phone, and the camera zoomed in, shaky, breathing audible in the background. My stomach turned a little. I clicked another. A different woman, this time at the gym. The angle was from behind a cracked locker door. She was tying her hair up. The camera lingered, moved closer. The next video showed someone's kitchen window at night, interior light on, a woman inside making tea. The camera sat still in the dark, filming through the glass. I opened 3 more files in quick succession. Different women, different places. Always the same thing. Someone watching. Not once did the women look at the camera. They never knew. I sat back, suddenly aware of how quiet the house was. It didn't feel like a prank anymore. I ejected the drive and shoved it back into the box. My hands felt weird, tingly, like they'd touched something hot, and the nerves were just starting to register it. I grabbed the burner phone next. Still in its plastic, brand new. I didn't open it. Not then. Instead, I called the non-emergency police line. I told them I received a suspicious package, that it contained possible evidence of stalking, maybe even a crime. They told me someone would follow up. I hung up and stared at the phone again. I didn't sleep well that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw one of those women from the videos looking over her shoulder, not because she knew she was being watched, but because she felt it. That stayed with me. The next morning, no one had called me back. By noon, I called the station again, got transferred twice, left a voicemail, never heard anything. That night, around 8:30, the burner phone rang. It was sitting on my desk, still sealed. The sound made me jump. I stared at it until the ringing stopped. It started again immediately. So I answered. There was a soft click, followed by a second of dead silence. Then a voice. Distorted, filtered, hollow. You opened it, the voice said. It wasn't a question. That means it's yours now. Click. Dead line. No number, just unknown. I didn't sleep at all that night. I checked all the locks twice, left the porch light on. Every time a car drove past, I peeked through the blinds. Still nothing. But by the next morning, I started feeling watched, not from inside the house, outside. Like if I opened the door too fast, someone would be standing on the sidewalk pretending to tie their shoe. Or if I stepped onto the porch, a camera shutter would click somewhere behind a parked car. Paranoia, maybe, but that doesn't mean it's not real. 2 days later, I saw the van. White, no logo, idling across the street, lights off. The windows were tinted. I couldn't see the driver. It sat there for about 10 minutes. Then it rolled away. I watched it disappear down the road, didn't chase it, didn't call anyone, just stood there at the window, holding the curtain edge like it was a shield. Later that night, I went back through the drive. I looked at the footage frame by frame, faces, locations. One of the gym clips had a mirror in the background. I zoomed in. And there it was. The same white van, parked outside, partially obscured by trees. It wasn't just following them. It had been part of the story the whole time. I spent the next morning trying to convince myself it wasn't the same van. White vans are everywhere. Delivery drivers, contractors, maintenance crews. It didn't have to be the van, but that logic didn't stick for long. I kept flashing back to the video, that grainy reflection in the gym mirror. Same shape, same taillight sticker on the left corner. And it wasn't just that it looked the same, it was the way it parked, the way it sat. Lights off, engine running, facing my house. I didn't go outside that day, not even to grab the mail. I called the police again. This time I didn't go through the non-emergency line. I told them everything: the package, the burner phone, the drive, the van. They said an officer would swing by. I waited 3 hours. No one came. When I called again, they said my report had been noted, but there wasn't much they could do unless I had something actionable. No license plate, no footage, no confirmed threat. Just a gut feeling. I asked if they wanted the burner phone or the drive. They said, "You can turn it in if you'd like, but we can't guarantee follow-up." It didn't feel like a brush-off exactly, just bureaucracy doing what bureaucracy does, taking the teeth out of urgency. That night, I tried to distract myself, put on a movie, ordered takeout, kept the lights low, but I kept checking the window every 10 minutes, scanning the street for headlights. Nothing. Until just after 11 when I went to brush my teeth and noticed something strange. My bathroom window doesn't face the front of the house. It faces the side, toward the alley. There's a narrow gap between my place and the neighbors, maybe 10 feet wide. Just enough space for trash bins and weeds. As I leaned over the sink, I saw movement. I froze, toothbrush in hand. Someone was standing in the alley, just standing there. They weren't looking into my window. They were facing the other way, toward the back fence. But the posture was too stiff to be casual. No phone, no smoke, no motion at all. Just stillness. Like they were waiting for something. I shut the light off, then peeked again. Gone. No footsteps, no sound, just gone. I didn't sleep that night, again. The next day, I started making copies of the videos. I bought a fresh pack of drives, transferred everything from the original one, labeled each folder with the dates and timestamps that were embedded in the file data. I figured if anything happened to me, I needed someone else to have this, something to prove I didn't make it up. I emailed a copy to myself, sent another to a burner Gmail account I made that morning, hid one of the physical drives inside an empty cereal box in the back of the pantry. Paranoid? Probably. But it gave me some illusion of control, and that was better than nothing. Later that night, the burner phone rang again. It had been silent since that first call. I'd left it in a drawer, battery still full. When the screen lit up, it was the same as before, unknown number. No caller ID. No ringtone, just vibration. I let it buzz for a while, didn't want to answer. But eventually, I did. This time the voice was quieter, same distortion, but almost tired. "You're still watching," it said. I didn't respond. The voice waited, then said, "You shouldn't be." And then it hung up. I stood there holding the phone like it was radioactive. The next morning, I called in sick to work. I couldn't sit in Zoom meetings pretending I wasn't unraveling. I didn't even log on, just sent a vague email about feeling unwell. Instead, I drove. Nowhere in particular, just away. I put on sunglasses and a hoodie and took back roads out of town. Every time I passed a white van, I felt my pulse jump. I ended up at a rest stop about an hour outside the city, sat there for 20 minutes with the windows up, locked, engine running. Then I realized I was being watched again. Not by a person, by a camera. Mounted on the corner of the rest stop building, angled right at me. I know it sounds ridiculous. Of course I was being watched. It's a public area. Security is everywhere these days. But something about that moment hit me differently. For the first time since this started, I wasn't just afraid of whoever had sent the package. I was afraid of being seen with it, of being connected to it. Because what if someone had followed me? What if a camera somewhere picked up footage of me carrying that box inside my house? What if someone traced it back, scrubbed it to make it look like I was the one recording those women? That's when I finally understood what the voice meant. You opened it. That means it's yours now. I wasn't just a recipient. I was now part of the chain. When I got home, I checked every inch of my place. Not just the locks, but the vents, the smoke detector, the potted plants. I even unscrewed a light switch plate just to make sure nothing was behind it. No cameras, no wires. But when I turned on my computer to check the burner Gmail, the inbox had a new message. No subject, no body, just a link. I stared at it for a long time. Clicked it. It led to a private live stream, one that had already been playing for nearly 2 hours. It was footage of someone's apartment. Not mine, but familiar. A young woman, maybe mid-20s, working at her kitchen table, drinking coffee, typing something into her laptop, completely unaware. The stream had no chat, no name, no watermark. I refreshed the page, it kept going. I watched for a few more minutes, heart pounding. And then she looked up. Not at the camera, just into the room, like she'd heard something. She stood up, walked to her front door, looked through the peephole. She stayed there for a while. Then she walked back, sat down and shut her laptop. The feed cut to black, and my screen stayed that way. No rewind, no playback. Just blank. I shut the laptop and sat in the dark. For a long time I didn't move. I just sat there with my hands on my knees, staring at nothing, trying to figure out what I was supposed to do now, what anyone would do. Because the truth was, I didn't know if what I'd seen had already happened, or if it was happening live. I didn't know who the woman was. I didn't know what I was watching. And I didn't know if I was the only one watching it. That was the part that got under my skin. Not the footage itself, disturbing as it was. Not even the idea that someone was out there recording strangers. It was the implication that I was expected to see it. Not as a witness, as a participant. That night, I pulled all the blinds in the house. Not just closed them, taped them down. I shut the laptop, unplugged the router, left my phone on airplane mode. Then I packed the burner phone and the flash drive into a shoebox, duct taped it shut, and shoved it into the bottom of my closet behind a stack of old coats I hadn't worn since college. I wanted to believe that if I physically distanced myself from it, if I pushed it far enough away, it would lose interest in me. Like a stray dog that would stop following if you stopped feeding it. That worked for a little while. For almost 3 full days, everything was quiet. No van, no calls, no emails. I tried to work, tried to act like a normal person again. I even went out for groceries, walked the longer route around the neighborhood, just to keep my head clear. It was cloudy that day, drizzling, that kind of slow, soft rain that makes you feel like time is passing slower than it really is. It almost felt normal. Until I got home and found the envelope. It had been slid under my door, thick manila, no writing on it, not sealed. I picked it up slowly, already feeling that sinking weight in my stomach return. Inside were photos. Printed, glossy, full color. The first few were of my house, different angles. From the street, from the alley, one from my backyard near the fence line. Then they moved inside. Shots through my windows, me at my desk, me brushing my teeth, me eating on the couch with the TV on. But it was the last photo that nearly made me drop the envelope. It was a picture of me asleep, in bed, taken from inside the room. I stood there for a long time just holding it, chest tight, every part of me buzzing. It wasn't just that someone had been in the house. It was that I didn't know when. There had been no forced entry, no signs of a break-in. The locks were untouched, the windows all still latched. The alarm system, which I'd finally started using, had never gone off. Nothing. I tore through the house again, checked everything. Closets, crawl space. Even inside the vents, nothing. I found the shoebox still in place, unopened, untouched. That somehow made it worse. I called the police again. This time I didn't go through the formalities. I told them someone had been in my house and left behind surveillance photos. I told them it wasn't a prank, that I felt unsafe, that someone was stalking me. They said they'd send someone. An officer showed up an hour later. Young guy, polite but skeptical. He looked through the photos, took a few notes, asked if anything was missing. I told him no, just that they'd been inside. He asked if I had roommates, any exes who might want to mess with me. I said no. Then he asked if I had any enemies. That one caught me off guard. I almost laughed. What does that mean? Like people who want to kill me? He shrugged. Sometimes it's not about killing, just control or chaos. There are people who do stuff like this for fun. They like watching what happens when you know you're being watched. That stuck with me. They like watching what happens. He filed a report and said they'd follow up if anything came of it. I didn't believe him. That night, I didn't sleep. Not because of fear, exactly. Not even because I thought someone might come back. It was something else. This deep, creeping suspicion that I'd already crossed some invisible line. That it didn't matter what I did now. The door was open, and I hadn't closed it in time. The next morning, I called in sick again, made coffee I didn't drink, sat on the couch flipping through the photos until my hands went numb. Then I opened the laptop again. The live stream was gone. The link led to a blank page now. 404 not found. I checked the email it came from. Deleted. The burner Gmail account had been wiped too. Everything I'd sent to it was gone. I tried the other drive's copies I'd made. Backups I thought were safe. 2 wouldn't open. The third one had files, but when I clicked them, every video showed static. Corrupted. I dug the shoebox out from the closet and opened it. The original flash drive was gone. So was the burner phone. In their place was a note, typed in all lowercase on a strip of plain white paper. You don't need these anymore. That was it. No threats, no instructions, no explanation. Just confirmation. They'd been in my house again. Not just once, again. and they hadn't taken anything. They hadn't destroyed anything. They'd replaced the evidence with a message. They wanted me to know. That afternoon, I put everything I had, left the photos, the note, even the shoebox into a garbage bag, and drove it to the far side of the city. I tossed it into a random construction dumpster and walked away without looking back. I didn't know if it would help, but it was something. When I got home, there was nothing on my porch, no envelope, no phone call, no new emails. Just silence. For the first time since this started, I felt something close to peace. But it didn't last. Because just after midnight, my phone buzzed. Not the burner. My real one. And there, in my messages, was a single photo. Blurry, low resolution, but unmistakable. It was a picture of the woman from the live stream. This time she was asleep, and the photo had been taken from inside her room. I stared at the photo on my phone for a long time. I didn't save it. I didn't delete it. I just stared, like maybe if I looked long enough, I'd see something new, a detail I missed. A reflection in the mirror, a shadow in the corner, anything that would help me understand what I was actually looking at. But it was just her, the woman from the live stream, asleep in her bed. Same room, same blankets, same worn headboard, same angle as before, same sickening implication. Someone had been in her home, standing right there, just feet from where she slept. And somehow, they'd sent it to me. My personal number, not the burner, not email, me. I didn't know what to do. I didn't even know what this was anymore. It wasn't just voyeurism. It wasn't a prank. It wasn't a trap, not in the traditional sense. This was something else, something deliberate, slow, like someone winding a clock, watching to see how long it would take for me to break. I tried calling the number back. Blocked. I tried saving the image, forwarding it to my computer, to my work account, to anywhere outside my phone. Every attempt failed. File cannot be transferred. Unsupported format. Corrupted attachment. But I could still see it, clear as day. I called the police, again, told them someone had broken into my home twice, had sent me a photo of a sleeping woman taken inside her bedroom. They asked if I knew her. I said no. They asked if I had the original message. I said yes. They told me to come in the next day and file a report in person. That was it. No urgency, no visit, no follow-up. Just a clipboard and a desk if I wanted it. I didn't sleep that night, again. I sat on the couch with all the lights on and tried to reason through it. Was this just punishment? For opening the box? For not reporting it soon enough? For seeing too much? Was I being warned? Or was I being invited? Because the more I thought about it, the more it started to feel like they didn't want me to run. They wanted me to watch. To keep watching. And every time I tried to pull away, they sent something new, a reminder that I was still part of this, whether I liked it or not. The next morning, I didn't go to the police station. I just couldn't. I didn't have anything solid, a blurry photo, a wiped flash drive, a phone that vanished from my own locked closet. It all sounded insane when I played it back in my head, like something a person makes up when they're having a breakdown. Instead, I called in sick again. I couldn't even remember the last time I worked a full week. That afternoon, I started researching. Not on my main laptop. I used an old one I kept in the closet, barely functional, something I hadn't touched in years. I didn't log into any accounts, no Wi-Fi. Just tethered it to a mobile hotspot and started digging. I looked up missing persons in my area, surveillance crimes, burglary cases where nothing was taken, women who'd gone to the police about being followed but were dismissed. I combed through forums, comment sections, weird Reddit threads that skirted the edge of being removed. And I started seeing patterns. Most of the cases weren't connected by location or method. They didn't even fit the same age groups or neighborhoods. But they did have one thing in common. No one ever believed them. Most reports were dropped. The people who filed them stopped following up. In a few of the older threads, the original posters deleted their accounts entirely. One thread stood out. It was short, only 3 comments. The subject line just said, "I saw the van. What happens now?" The original post had been removed. So had the user. But someone had replied, a user called Passenger Seat, with an old account that hadn't posted since. The comment was simple, just 3 sentences. Don't try to track them. Don't call the cops again. Whatever you do, don't open the second package. That's what froze me. The second package. I hadn't received one. Not yet. But the way the message was written, not if, when made it clear that this was part of the pattern. You get one, you engage, and if you keep watching, they send another. An escalation. I shut the laptop and packed it back into the closet. And then I waited. I didn't want to. I didn't have a plan. But what else was there to do? The police wouldn't help. No one I knew would believe me. I couldn't send the photos, couldn't save the evidence, couldn't even hold on to the original hardware without it vanishing or corrupting. All I could do was try to stay ahead of whatever was coming next. But I didn't have to wait long. 2 nights later, it came. Same time, around 10 at night, just after dinner, while I was pretending to read. Another knock. Soft, just one. When I opened the door, no one was there. Just a box. Same duct tape, same red fragile sticker, same silence. I didn't bring it inside. Not this time. I left it on the porch, just stood there staring at it, heart pounding, hands shaking, trying to decide what to do. I grabbed my phone, took a photo of it. The screen went black as soon as I pressed the button. Just shut off completely. When I turned it back on, the image wasn't in my gallery. I tried again with a spare phone I'd bought the day before. Nothing. The moment the camera pointed at the box, the screen glitched and froze. It was like the box couldn't be recorded, couldn't be saved. I left it there overnight. In the morning, it was gone. No footprints, no tire marks, no sign it had ever been there at all. Just my porch, empty again. And in the middle of my welcome mat, a single item left behind, A key. I didn't touch the key for over an hour. I just stared at it from the other side of the glass door like it might disappear again if I blinked too long. It was small, brass, and worn smooth. No markings, no tag. Just a single, ordinary key lying in the center of my welcome mat like it belonged there. I opened the door and crouched down slowly, trying not to make any sudden moves. I don't know why. I was alone. But it felt like I was being watched again, and this time I didn't even bother to look for the van. I picked the key up. It was cold. No note, no box, no explanation. I took it inside, set it on the table, and backed away from it like it might bite. I didn't touch it again all day. That night, I stayed up scrolling through every locksmith forum I could find, looking at key types, blank codes, anything that might help me figure out what kind of lock it fit. I learned more than I ever needed to about pin tumblers, warded locks, and how many possible cuts a standard house key can have. None of it helped. I tried it on every door in my house. No match. I didn't expect one, but I had to check. At 2 a.m, I was still sitting at the kitchen table, staring at it under the overhead light like it might start speaking. I remember thinking, what if I'm not supposed to use it yet? What if I already have? That's when I noticed the envelope on my counter. It hadn't been there earlier. I was sure of it. Smaller than the last one. Plain white. No name. Inside was a photo. Just one this time. It was me, walking. Not recent, it had to be at least a month old. I was wearing my blue jacket, the one I lost on the train back in March. I was crossing a parking lot toward my old apartment, earbuds in, head down, completely unaware. But the angle it was taken from was strange. Too high for a normal person. I flipped the photo over. A date was scribbled on the back in black marker. Not the day the photo was taken. Tomorrow. That's when I started to understand. The key wasn't for something here. It was for something else. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I sat on the edge of my bed with the key in my hand and the photo face down beside me, trying to piece together what was happening. They weren't just watching me anymore. They were guiding me. Not with threats, not with force. With permission. That's what the key felt like. Not an order, not a message. An invitation. And for the first time since this all started, I wasn't afraid in the same way. I wasn't sure if that made it better or worse. I left the house early the next morning. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I didn't bring my phone. I didn't take the car. I walked, with the key tucked into my jacket pocket and the photo in my back pocket, folded in half like it was mine. I didn't know where I was going until I got there. It was an old self-storage facility on the west side of town. I'd passed it dozens of times over the years, but never paid much attention. It had one of those faded signs with crooked letters and a number to call that no one ever answers. The front gate was open. No one at the desk. The place was empty, quiet. Rows of steel doors stretching down long concrete corridors that smelled like dust and oil and old cardboard. I didn't need a map. I turned left, then right, then stopped at Unit 37. The door was painted red, same color as the fragile sticker. The key slid into the lock like it had been waiting. I hesitated just for a second. Then I turned it. The latch popped with a soft clunk. The overhead bulb in the corridor flickered once. Then I lifted the door. Inside it was dark. No light, no motion. Just shelves. Floor-to-ceiling metal racks, maybe 10 feet deep. Every inch of them filled with cardboard boxes, all identical. Same size, same duct tape, same red sticker. Some were labeled, some weren't, some had names, most didn't. There had to be hundreds of them. I stepped inside. It felt like walking into a library where nothing had ever been read. I ran my fingers along the boxes, not really sure what I was looking for. And then I saw it, a box with my name on it. Printed in bold marker across the top flap, underneath a date, today's date. I opened it. Inside was a phone. Not a burner this time, a smartphone, standard, black case. It vibrated the moment I picked it up. No lock screen, no password. Just a single open window, a video. I pressed play. It was a live stream. Of me, standing in the storage unit, holding the phone. I looked up, then back down at the screen. The feed was live. No delay. A perfect mirror, 1 second behind. I turned slowly, heart hammering, scanning the corners of the unit. No visible camera, no sound, just the quiet hum of the corridor bulb and the echo of my own breathing. Then, on the screen, a second video window popped open. Split screen. On the right, a live feed of someone else, a woman, not the one from before, a different one, walking through her apartment, towel on her head, brushing her teeth. No awareness that anyone was watching. Below the video were 2 buttons, archive and forward. That was it. No names, no instructions, just options. I stood there for a long time. I don't know how long. Eventually, I put the phone back in the box. I closed the lid. I locked the unit behind me. I walked home. That was 4 days ago. No more packages have come. No more photos, no more knocks, no more vans. Just silence. But sometimes at night, I still think about those 2 buttons. Archive, forward. And I wonder how many people actually press them. I never told anyone about the storage unit. Not the police, not my coworkers, not the few friends I still talk to, not even my brother, who's the kind of guy who would believe me without asking for proof. Because that's the thing about stories like this, once you say them out loud, they stop sounding real. The more detail you give, the less anyone believes. It becomes easier to assume something's wrong with you, not the world. Safer too. So I stayed quiet. The phone stayed in the box. The box stayed in the unit. And the key stayed in my desk drawer, where I could see it every morning when I reached for my wallet. For the first few days, I didn't sleep much. Every little noise at night made me freeze. I kept checking the window, waiting to see the van again, but nothing came. Not a sound, not a message. The air around me stopped vibrating. It was like they were done with me. And for a while, I believed that. But then something strange started happening. I started noticing other people. Not in the obvious sense. Not staring at me or following me. Not others, like you see in movies, lurking in black coats. Just other people. At coffee shops, on the bus, at the library, people who sat too still, who didn't touch their drinks, who didn't scroll their phones, people who watched. Not me, just everything. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. A certain stillness, a focus, like they're waiting for something to happen, and they already know what it's going to be. That's when I understood. I hadn't been singled out. I'd been inducted. Not into a club, not a cult, just a system, a pattern, something old and invisible and quiet that most people pass by without ever noticing. But once you open that first box, you stop being most people. It's been 3 weeks since I went to the storage unit. I went back once. I told myself I wasn't going to open the box, that I just needed to know if it was still there, but I already knew it would be. Same box, same phone, same 2 buttons. Only this time, there were more names on the shelves. Labeled, tagged, dated. I didn't recognize any of them, but one of them near the bottom, close to the wall, had today's date on it, just like mine did the first time. I didn't open it. I didn't need to. The phone in my box vibrated when I touched it, the same way it did before. It lit up on its own. There was no live stream this time, no face, just text. You understand now. I didn't reply. I put it back and left. When I got home, there was nothing on the porch, nothing in the mail, nothing under the mat. But there was a man sitting on the bench across the street. Middle-aged, business casual, paper cup in hand. He never looked at me. But I knew. He'd opened his box, too. That's how this works. You're given a glimpse, a key, a choice, and whether you use it or not, you're marked by it, changed. Your role begins the second you know. There's no ceremony, no reward, no speech. Just silence. And responsibility, because this isn't a chain of violence. It's a chain of observation, and now I'm part of it. It took me a while to make peace with that. At first, I thought I'd go to the police again, try to push harder, bring them the key, demand an investigation, but what would I say? That I was being watched by people who didn't threaten me. That I was sent a phone that let me look into people's lives, and instead of turning it over, I kept it. That I was curious? There's no way to say that and come out clean. So I chose something else. I made a decision. I went to the unit one last time. I brought a fresh phone, factory reset, no accounts. I opened the box, picked up the original phone, and watched the screen light up again. Another stream. Another woman. Different this time, older. Maybe in her 50s, watering plants, listening to music, completely unaware. Below her feed, the buttons. Archive, forward. I didn't touch them. Not for a long time. And when I finally did, I pressed archive. The The screen went black. That's all that happened. No confirmation, no sound. Just gone. I put the phone back in the box and closed the lid. When I stepped outside, the sky was just starting to turn. That soft pink blue that comes before sunrise, where the air smells faintly like electricity. The world was still the same. But I wasn't. I didn't feel proud or brave. I just felt steady, like I'd finally settled into whatever this is. And now, I think I understand my place. I don't get to walk away, but I do get to choose. Every day. What to see, what to pass on, what to stop. And maybe that's the point. Maybe this whole thing doesn't exist to create harm, but to decide who lets it happen, who passes it forward without thinking, who looks, shrugs, and clicks. There are more units, more shelves, more boxes, more people waking up to a world that doesn't quite fit the shape they thought it had. And some of them will press forward. But not me. Not today. Tomorrow, maybe, but not today. I never considered myself the paranoid type. I had always been careful. Sure, I locked my doors, kept my head up when walking alone, and never lingered too long in parking lots at night, but I never truly felt unsafe. Until that night. It was a Wednesday, and I had stopped at a shopping center after work. I needed a few things: groceries, some toiletries, nothing major. The place was one of those sprawling retail plazas, the kind where the stores were arranged in a horseshoe around a massive open parking lot. By the time I finished shopping, it was almost 9:30 p.m. Most of the stores were still open, but the lot had thinned out, a few cars here and there scattered under the tall, humming streetlights. Mine was parked near the back, close to a faded yellow curb that separated the main parking area from an older, overgrown lot that had been fenced off years ago. I walked toward my car, juggling my bags, already thinking about getting home and kicking off my shoes, but then I saw it. A small piece of folded paper tucked neatly under my windshield wiper. I hesitated, balancing the bags in one arm as I reached for it. I figured it was a flyer, maybe a coupon from one of the stores, some advertising junk. But when I unfolded it, I felt my stomach drop. You were almost mine. 5 words. Nothing else. No signature. No explanation. My pulse slowed to a crawl, then sped up all at once. I whipped my head around, scanning the parking lot. A few cars, a couple getting into their SUV near the entrance of a department store. No one nearby. At least no one that I could see. A tight, suffocating pressure settled in my chest. I glanced down at the note again, my fingers gripping the edges of the paper, creasing it slightly. What the hell was this? A joke? Some sick attempt at messing with a random stranger? I shoved the note into my pocket, my hands suddenly clammy. Then I unlocked my car, threw my bags into the passenger seat, and got inside. The second I shut the door, I locked it. I sat there, gripping the steering wheel, trying to shake the uneasy feeling crawling up my spine. I took a deep breath, calmed down. Then I did something I never usually did. I checked my dashcam footage. The camera had been running the whole time I was inside the store. I barely ever checked it, but I had bought it for a reason just in case. The footage loaded on my phone, a grainy but clear view of the front of my car. For the first few minutes, nothing happened. The screen just showed the empty parking lot, the faint glow of the streetlights reflecting off my windshield. Then at 9:17 p.m. movement, a figure stepped into view. My breath caught in my throat. It was a man. He wasn't walking past like a normal person would. He lingered, standing near my car, just barely out of the camera's direct view, for a full 15 minutes. He never walked away, never moved to another car. Just stood there, watching. I felt like my body had been dunked in ice water. I paused the footage, my finger hovering over the screen. He was blurry far enough from the camera that his features weren't clear, but I could see enough. Dark pants, a hoodie pulled up shadowing his face, and his posture. Something about it was wrong. Not relaxed, not casual, stiff, intentional. Like he was waiting. I pressed play. At 9:32 p.m. he moved. He stepped toward my car, closer than before. I could see the slight movement of his arm. He was placing the note. Then, without hesitation, he turned and walked off. He didn't run, didn't hesitate. Just vanished into the dark edges of the parking lot. I had always thought of stalking as something that happened to other people. Something you heard about in crime stories, something that happened to women who had public social media accounts or exes who couldn't let go. But this was different. This wasn't someone I knew. This was a random man in a parking lot. And that was somehow worse. I sat in my car for what felt like forever, gripping my phone so hard my knuckles turned white. Then I made a decision. I wasn't going home. Not yet. I was going to the police station. The station was a 15-minute drive from the shopping center. I barely remembered getting there. My mind kept replaying the footage, those still moments where he just stood there, waiting. I parked and walked inside, trying to keep my breathing steady. The officer at the front desk looked up as I approached. He was in his 40s, stocky, with tired eyes, and a coffee cup that looked permanently attached to his hand. "Can I help you?" I took the note out of my pocket, unfolding it carefully before sliding it across the counter. His expression didn't change, but his eyes flicked across the words. Then I placed my phone down and played the footage. His face did change then. He straightened slightly, setting his coffee down. "You said this happened tonight." I nodded. "About an hour ago. I found the note when I got back to my car." He frowned, staring at the screen as the hooded man stood there, motionless. He rewound the footage, watched it again. Then he looked at me. "You ever seen this guy before?" "No," I said. "Never." He didn't respond right away. Instead, he grabbed a notepad and pen. "Okay," he said, "I'm going to need you to fill out a statement, and I'll need a copy of the footage." I nodded, still feeling like this wasn't really happening. But it was. The note was real. The man was real, and now the police were involved. As I filled out the statement, I heard the officer speaking quietly to another cop behind the desk. I only caught a few words. Shopping center. Suspicious activity. Not the first time. That made my stomach turn. I looked up. Has this happened before? The officer hesitated, then finally he sighed. Similar reports, yeah, he admitted. Not exactly the same, but... He gestured at the note. Enough to take it seriously. My hands went cold. So what do? I asked. The officer exhaled through his nose. For now, be careful. Change up your routine. Don't park in that lot alone at night. And if you see anything or anyone suspicious... His eyes met mine. Call us, immediately. I swallowed hard, nodding. I left the station feeling worse than when I arrived. Because this wasn't just some random incident. This had happened before, and I had a sick feeling it was going to happen again. I couldn't even sleep that night. Even though I had locked every door and checked the windows twice, I still lay in bed, wide awake, staring at the dark ceiling. Every little sound outside made my skin crawl. A car passing by, the creak of my apartment settling it all set my nerves on edge. I kept picturing the man from the footage, the way he just stood there, unmoving, how he wasn't in a rush, how he acted like he had all the time in the world. And the note. You were almost mine. The words replayed over and over in my head until I finally drifted into a restless sleep. The next morning, I checked my phone before even getting out of bed. There was an email from the officer I spoke to last night. He had attached a report number and confirmed that they were reviewing my dashcam footage. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. I kept thinking about what the officer had said at the station. Similar reports. I sat up slowly, rubbing my face. I knew I wasn't going to be able to focus on anything until I had more information. So, I started searching. I pulled out my laptop and opened a few local news sites. At first, I didn't find much. A couple of vague crime reports about thefts in the area, nothing that matched what had happened to me. Then, I tried something different. I typed in, shopping center parking lot suspicious activity. And that's when I found it. An old Reddit post from 6 months ago. It was buried in a thread about weird encounters, posted by some user whose name had been deleted. The title made my stomach tighten. Strange man in parking lot note left on my car. I clicked on it. The post was short. I was leaving a grocery store late at night. When I got to my car, there was a note on my windshield. It just said, "I see you." I thought it was a joke, but when I checked my dash cam, I saw a guy standing near my car. He never moved. He just stood there for almost 20 minutes, watching it. The police didn't do much, just said I should be careful. Has anyone else had this happen? There were only a few replies. Some people called it a prank. Others said it could have been an attempted robbery. But one comment stood out. Happened to me too, except my note said, "Next time." I closed my laptop. My hands felt cold. This wasn't just a one-time thing. I decided I wasn't going to sit around and wait for something else to happen. I drove back to the shopping center that afternoon, pulling into a different area of the lot than where I had parked the night before. The bright sunlight made the whole thing feel less terrifying, but I still couldn't shake the unease in my chest. I sat in my car for a few minutes, just watching. People came and went, pushing carts, loading their trunks, checking their phones as they walked. Nothing suspicious. Nothing out of the ordinary. Then I spotted a security guard near the entrance of the grocery store. I took a breath and got out of the car. The guard was standing near a set of carts, a coffee in one hand. He looked to be in his late 40s, a little overweight, with a name tag that read Henderson. I approached, trying to sound casual. "Hey, excuse me," I said. He turned, giving me a polite nod. "Need help with something?" I hesitated. Actually, yeah, I had something weird happen here last night. His expression didn't change, but I noticed his posture shift slightly. "What kind of weird?" he asked. I pulled out my phone and showed him a picture of the note. Henderson exhaled through his nose, his lips pressing into a thin line. "Yeah," he muttered, "that's not the first time." I felt my stomach drop. "So, you've seen this before?" He nodded, taking a sip of coffee. "We've had a few people report stuff like this, usually notes left on windshields, no real pattern. Some customers say they notice someone watching them, but by the time we check the cameras, he's gone." I swallowed. "He?" Henderson looked at me. "We think it's the same guy. Security footage always shows someone lurking around, never too close, always out of focus. We report it when we can, but unless he actually does something, there's not much we can do." I glanced around the parking lot. "So, what am I supposed to do?" He sighed. "Be careful. Don't come here alone at night, and if you see anything, report it immediately." That wasn't as reassuring as I had hoped. I thanked him and walked back to my car, feeling no better than before. As I pulled out of the lot, I checked my rear-view mirror. For just a split second, I thought I saw someone standing near the tree line, just beyond the fence of the old abandoned lot. I blinked, and he was gone. That night, I locked every door in my apartment twice. I even left a light on in the hallway, something I hadn't done since I was a kid. I tried to distract myself with television, scrolling through my phone, anything to push the thought of that note out of my mind. It didn't work. At 11:47 p.m., my phone buzzed. I grabbed it immediately, expecting an email from the police, or maybe Chris checking in. But it was a text. From an unknown number. 3 words. "Did you like it?" A chill ran down my spine. I sat up straight, my breath catching in my throat. Before I could even process what was happening, another message came through. "You looked right at me today." My fingers shook as I hit the call button, dialing 911 without even thinking. The dispatcher answered immediately. "What's your emergency?" I tried to steady my voice. 2 was at the police station earlier. I reported a note left on my car. Someone just texted me about it. I think they're watching me. She asked for my name and address. I gave it to her. Then, as I was speaking, another message popped up on my screen. It was a picture. A photo of me, taken from inside my car. The timestamp from earlier that afternoon when I was sitting in the parking lot. I felt like I couldn't breathe. The dispatcher's voice pulled me back. "Are you somewhere safe?" I swallowed hard, forcing myself to speak. Think so. We're sending an officer to your location now. Stay inside. Keep the doors locked. I nodded, gripping my phone like a lifeline. I didn't move until I heard the sirens in the distance. Still, I had the sinking feeling that no matter how many locks I checked, it wouldn't be enough. The officer who showed up at my apartment was younger than I expected, maybe late 20s, early 30s. His name tag read Martinez, and his expression was neutral, but his eyes were sharp. He scanned the hallway behind me before stepping inside, as if checking to make sure I was actually alone. I didn't waste time. I pulled out my phone and handed it to him, showing the texts and the picture. He scrolled through them silently, his brow furrowing deeper the more he read. "You're sure you don't know this number?" he asked. I shook my head. I tried calling it, but it doesn't ring. Just goes straight to a dead line. Martinez exhaled, rubbing a hand over his jaw. That usually means a burner phone, either prepaid or an app-generated number. I clenched my fists. So that means they planned this, right? His lips pressed into a thin line. It means they don't want to be traced. That didn't make me feel any better. He handed my phone back. "Do you have security cameras in your building?" "No," I admitted. "Just a buzzer at the front entrance." He nodded, pulling out a small notepad. "Any idea how they got the picture of you?" I shook my head. I didn't see anyone. I was in my car, parked near the shopping center, just watching the lot. Martinez frowned. So they had to be close, probably inside another car. I swallowed hard, but I looked around. I didn't see anyone. That's the thing about people who do this. He tapped his pen against the notepad, thinking. They're careful. They make sure you don't see them. A wave of nausea rolled through me. "Did you notice the same cars near you when you were parked?" he continued. "Any vehicles that didn't seem to move for a long time?" I tried to think back. The more I replayed the moment in my head, the more I realized how much I hadn't been paying attention. I had been so focused on watching the store entrance, looking for someone suspicious on foot, that I never thought to check the parked cars. Martinez seemed to read my expression. "It's okay if you don't remember now. If you go back there, keep an eye out. People like this, they don't usually stop after one message." A cold weight settled in my stomach. So what do I do? He sighed. "I'm going to file a report and add your number to a list in case anything else comes up related to this." He met my eyes. "But I won't lie to you. Unless this person actually makes a direct threat or tries to approach you, there's not a lot we can do." I exhaled slowly, trying to push down my frustration. "So that's it?" "For now, yeah." He hesitated. "If it makes you feel safer, you could stay somewhere else for a few nights. Friend's place, family." I thought about it. Then I thought about Devin, about how he had disappeared after the trip to the mountains, about how sometimes leaving didn't mean you actually got away. I shook my head. "I'm not running from this. Not yet." Martinez studied me for a moment, then nodded. "Then just be careful. And if anything happens, again anything, you call us. Immediately. I promised I would. Even though I had the sinking feeling it wouldn't be that easy. I didn't go into work the next day. I told my boss I wasn't feeling well, but really, I couldn't focus on anything else. I kept checking my phone, expecting another message, another picture. But nothing came. By afternoon, I felt restless. I kept thinking about what Martinez had said, how people like this were careful, how they didn't want to be seen. And that made me wonder. Had they followed me before? Had they been watching me for longer than I realized? I decided to retrace my steps. I drove back to the shopping center, this time in broad daylight. The parking lot was busy, cars weaving in and out, people moving quickly in and out of stores. I pulled into a spot near where I had parked that night, but not the exact same one. Then I sat in my car watching, just like before. The difference was, this time, I wasn't looking for people walking. I was looking at the cars. A few minutes passed. Then I noticed it. A black sedan, 2 rows ahead of me, facing my direction. It wasn't doing anything suspicious, but it hadn't moved. Not once. The driver was inside, but their windows were tinted just enough that I couldn't make out their face. I turned slightly, pretending to check my phone, but really, I was watching their side mirror. They weren't just sitting there. They were watching me. My chest tightened. I forced myself to breathe, to think clearly. This was it. This was my chance to get proof. I reached for my phone and opened my camera, pretending to scroll. Then I pressed record. I turned slightly, making sure the screen was angled toward the car. I stayed like that for 5 minutes, and the sedan never moved. I was sure now. They weren't waiting for someone. They were waiting for me. I took one last deep breath and, without hesitation, I stepped out of my car. The moment I did, the sedan's engine started. I froze. It reversed out of the spot so quickly that the tires screeched against the pavement. I barely had time to react before it pulled onto the main road, speeding away. By the time I got back into my car and tried to follow, it was already gone. But I had it on camera. I pulled into a different parking lot and called Martinez immediately. "I saw them," I said, as soon as he answered. "They were watching me." His tone sharpened. "Where?" I explained what had happened. Then I sent him the footage. I could hear him clicking on his keyboard, pulling it up. A long pause. Then he sighed. Plates are covered. Figures. I gripped the wheel, frustration boiling in my chest. "But it's something, right?" "It's something," he admitted. "I'll send this to the team. See if we can match it with any other cases." I hesitated before asking the next question. "Do you think they'll try again?" Martinez was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "I don't know, but listen, these people, they don't like attention. They like to stay in the dark. If they think you're onto them, it might scare them off." Might. I swallowed hard. "Either way," he continued, "keep your guard up, and if you see that car again, I call you. Immediately." I nodded, even though he couldn't see me. "Stay safe," he said. Then the line went dead. I sat there for a long time, gripping my phone. There was no way of knowing if I had scared them off, or if I had just pushed them further into the dark. Still to this day, I don't know who they were or what they wanted. But I do know one thing. I will never park in that lot alone again. And if I ever see that black sedan again, I am not sticking around to find out what happens next. So, this happened last fall. I wasn't planning to write about it honestly. I thought maybe talking about it would just make it feel more real, and I wasn't sure I wanted that. But it's been months, and I still think about it almost every day. Not the whole trip, just certain moments. Anyway, we stayed at this place up north, in Maine, a little lake town that mostly shuts down after Labor Day. Everything about it was kind of perfect at first. The kind of thing you daydream about when you're stuck in traffic or scrolling through Zillow listings you'll never afford. The trees were already starting to turn, the lake was glassy and still, and the house itself was way nicer than I expected for the price. It was an old farmhouse that had been renovated into a rental. White siding, green shutters, big front porch with a swing. No neighbors in sight, just trees and water. When we got there, it felt like the middle of nowhere in a good way. The listing said rustic, but the inside was cozy and modern in that Pinterest barn chic way. Mismatched mugs, a wood stove that probably hadn't worked in a decade, big old mirrors and exposed beams. It even had one of those antique coat racks in the foyer. My daughter thought it looked like something from a haunted mansion, which, in hindsight, yeah. We were only supposed to be there for 5 days, just a little family getaway before school picked up again. Me, my wife Erin, and our daughter Nora, who had just turned 9. She'd been begging for a vacation with real nature, and this place definitely fit the bill. The first day was uneventful in the best possible way. We unpacked, made sandwiches, explored the yard, and let Nora drag us down to the water's edge. She spent a solid hour trying to skip rocks and naming all the chipmunks she saw. That night, we made pasta and played Uno until she started falling asleep mid-turn. It felt like the first time in forever we'd all been relaxed at the same time. It wasn't until the next morning that things started to feel a little off. I was the first one up. I've always been kind of a light sleeper, and the old wooden floors creaked like hell, so I tried to move as quietly as possible. I brewed a cup of coffee and took it out to the porch. The air had that cold edge to it that tells you summer's over, even if the sun hasn't quite admitted it yet. When I came back inside, I figured I'd shower before Erin or Nora got up. The downstairs bathroom was tiny, just a toilet, sink, and one of those old-school medicine cabinets with the mirror on the front. I remember wiping condensation off the mirror after the shower, then doing that thing where you check yourself out for no real reason. I leaned in to fix my hair, and that's when I saw it. A handprint. It was faint, but there, just below eye level, like someone had pressed their palm against the glass and then stepped away. The weird thing was that it wasn't fogged. It was actually clearer than the rest of the mirror. Like the oils from someone's skin had repelled the steam in that exact shape. I stared at it for a few seconds, just standing there in my towel, trying to remember if maybe I'd touched the mirror earlier without realizing it. But I hadn't. I was sure of that, and more than that, no one else had been in the bathroom. The door had been shut all morning. I'd been the first one up. I even checked our bedroom door creaks like hell when it opens, and I would have heard if Aaron or Nora had moved around. I wiped the mirror again with the hand towel and the print vanished. Just like that. I didn't say anything about it. It felt too dumb to mention, especially when everything else had been so nice so far. We'd only been there for a day. I told myself it was probably left over from the cleaners, or just some weird residue from when the mirror steamed up. Still, it stuck with me. Later that afternoon, Nora came inside looking kind of quiet. She'd been out in the backyard collecting acorns or something, so I asked if she was tired. She said no, but when Aaron came in from reading on the porch and asked the same thing, Nora finally spoke up. "Someone knocked on my window last night." It was one of those moments where my brain didn't even register what she meant at first. I think I said something like, "What?" like a tree branch, and she shook her head. No, it was a knock, like a real knock. She held up her little fist and tapped the side of her hand against her arm to demonstrate. 3 times. I thought it was you or Mom, but I looked out and nobody was there. Aaron gave me a look over her shoulder, like, "Are you gonna say something?" I just shrugged. "Nora, it was probably just something falling or the wind. You sure it wasn't part of a dream?" She looked unsure. Maybe. I was really sleepy. We left it at that. We didn't want to freak her out. But Aaron brought it up to me later when Nora was outside again. "You think that's just her imagination?" she asked. "I mean, probably. She's been watching those ghost hunting YouTubers again. Still weird." I didn't say anything, but I was thinking about the mirror. I almost told Aaron then. I probably should have, but I didn't want to seem paranoid. It wasn't until the next morning that we found the footprint. And that's when everything shifted. I found it by accident. It was early again, around 6:30. I hadn't slept much. Not because anything had happened, just, I don't know. I kept waking up every couple of hours, like my body knew something my brain hadn't caught on to yet. I was up before the girls again and went upstairs to grab a hoodie I'd left in the laundry room the night before. The laundry room was at the end of the upstairs hallway, just past the bedrooms. The light switch is outside the room, which I still think is a weird choice. I flicked it on, stepped inside, grabbed the hoodie off the dryer, and then something on the floor caught my eye. A mark, a smudge. At first I thought it was just dirt. Someone must have tracked something in, but when I crouched down I could see the shape, the heel, the ball, 5 distinct toes. Not a sock print. A bare foot. It was faint, but definitely there. And here's the thing that really got me. It was facing the wrong direction. Like whoever left it had been walking toward the stairs from deeper in the house, not coming in from outside, and it was the only one. No prints before it, none after. Just one, by itself, pressed into the wood like someone had stepped out of thin air. I stood there for a few seconds, just trying to make it make sense. I even checked the bottom of my own foot, just to rule myself out. Dry as a bone, no dirt. I hadn't been barefoot all morning anyway. Neither had Aaron, and Nora's feet were way smaller. Still, I wiped it up with a damp paper towel. I didn't want Nora to see it and get spooked again. Or Erin, if I'm being honest. She already seemed on edge after the window thing. She played it cool in front of Nora, but I could tell. At breakfast, I decided to test the waters a little. "You sleep okay?" I asked, mostly to Nora. She shrugged, busy demolishing a bowl of cereal. "No more weird knocks?" I said it with a little smile, trying to keep it light. She looked up, spoon halfway to her mouth. "No, but I kept thinking I heard something." Erin looked up too. "Like what?" "I don't know. It was like little sounds, like footsteps. But I think it was just my brain being dumb." She went back to eating, and Erin gave me that look again. Not suspicious exactly, just unsure. We spent most of that day outside, trying to distract ourselves. It helped, sort of. We took Nora on a hike around the lake trail, brought sandwiches in a cooler, and stopped to let her take photos with the disposable camera we bought at a gas station on the way in. She was finally warming up to the place again, which made me feel better. But the whole time, I couldn't stop thinking about that footprint, the shape of it, the direction it was facing, the fact that it was alone. I waited until Nora was playing on the dock that evening to mention it to Erin. I told her about the mirror too. She didn't say anything at first, just stared at me like I was making it up. Then finally, "Why didn't you say anything?" "I don't know," I admitted. "I thought I was overthinking it. I didn't want to freak you out." "Okay, but..." She ran a hand through her hair. "That's 2 things now. 3 if you count what Nora said. That's not nothing." "I know." We both looked out at Nora, who was crouched at the edge of the dock, tossing breadcrumbs into the water like she was summoning ducks that didn't exist. "You think someone could have been in the house?" Erin asked. "No. I checked everything this morning. Front door was locked, windows were all shut." "What about last night?" That part stuck with me. I hadn't checked last night. Not really. We'd gone to bed around 10, watched a little TV on Erin's laptop, then fell asleep. No alarms, no noises, nothing like that. Still, the thought crept in. What if someone had been inside? Even just for a second. That night, I triple-checked the locks. Front door, side door, back door. Even the windows, which were all painted shut anyway. I slid a dining chair under the knob of the back door like I'd seen in movies, even though I wasn't totally sure that did anything. Erin watched, but didn't say anything. I think she was glad I was doing it. We all went to bed a little earlier than the night before. Nora wanted to keep the hallway light on, which wasn't like her, but we said yes, just in case. The upstairs bathroom light was motion censored and kept flicking on whenever the cat walked past it, which scared the crap out of me at 2 a.m. I didn't sleep well again. I kept hearing things, soft creaks, the wind through the trees, the usual noises of an old house settling, but now every little sound felt sharp, like it meant something. Around 3, I got up to pee. I didn't want to, but I had to. The bathroom was cold and smelled faintly of old soap and the peppermint stuff Nora uses in her hair. I didn't look in the mirror. When I stepped back into the hallway, I froze. For a second, I thought I saw something move at the far end, just past the laundry room. Not a person, more like a shadow shifting where there shouldn't be one. But when I blinked, it was gone. I told myself it was my eyes adjusting to the dark. I even walked down there and flipped the light on, just to prove it. Nothing. Empty. Still, I didn't sleep after that. Just lay there, staring at the ceiling, waiting for morning. At breakfast, Erin said she thought she heard a thump in the night, like something falling, but nothing was out of place. Nora seemed fine, if a little quieter than usual. She kept looking toward the stairs like she was waiting for something to come down them. And that's when I decided to call the rental owner. Just to ask. Not to accuse anyone of anything, just to ask. If anyone else had stayed here recently. If there was anything we should know about the place. I expected a cheerful, "Oh, it's just the pipes," kind of answer. What I got instead was a long pause. Then the owner cleared his throat. "There may have been a situation with the last guests," he said. "Why do you ask?" I didn't even know what to say. "You should have told us that when we booked," I finally said. "I didn't think it would matter," he said quietly. "They were supposed to leave 2 weeks ago, but they brought someone extra, someone who wasn't on the booking. And they never officially checked out." I felt cold, just numb. "What do you mean they never checked out?" "They just stopped answering," he said. "We assumed they left. The cleaners said the place looked empty." "But what if they didn't?" He didn't answer that. And I didn't ask again. I didn't tell Erin right away. I mean, what was I even supposed to say? "Hey, the guy who owns this house casually admitted that someone stayed here and might never have left. But don't worry, he's pretty sure the place was empty." I just stood in the kitchen for a while, phone still in my hand, pretending to scroll through emails. Erin was out on the porch with her tea. Nora was drawing at the table, doing that thing where she talks to herself in little made-up voices. Everything looked so normal. I didn't want to shatter it, not yet. So I waited. Instead, I went upstairs and checked the entire house again, every closet, every cabinet, even under the beds, which felt a little childish, but I did it anyway. I opened the attic hatch in the hallway, nothing but dust and insulation. I knocked on the walls. I pushed at the back panels of the linen closet just in case it had some creepy crawl space no one told us about. Nothing. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. Later, I asked the owner for more details, trying to keep the conversation casual. He said the original guests were a couple from Connecticut, early 30s. They booked for a week, then extended their stay 3 more days. But the cleaner showed up after checkout and found the place empty, no sign of anyone, no personal stuff left behind. "But the neighbors said they brought someone else," he told me. "A third person, younger guy, I think. Someone who didn't show up on the reservation." I asked if he'd ever gotten in touch with them again. He just said no, that they stopped answering emails and calls, that he filed a complaint with the rental platform, but nothing came of it. I asked if he called the cops. He hesitated again. "No signs of anything illegal," he said. "The house was clean, doors locked, nothing broken. If they left someone behind, they must have come back for them." I hung up without saying much. I was trying to keep it together for Nora, who had started asking if we could go home early. She didn't say why, and I didn't push. But I think she felt it too, the tension that had started filling up the space between us, like humidity before a storm. That night, everything came to a head. It started just after midnight. I'd been in bed for hours but hadn't managed to sleep. Erin was turned away from me, completely still, which usually meant she was awake too. The house was dead quiet. No wind, no creaks. Even the old pipes had gone silent. And then 3 soft knocks. Not on our door, on Nora's. I sat up straight. Erin did too at the exact same time. She looked at me wide-eyed. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. We both got out of bed without speaking. I didn't even grab anything, just moved. Nora's room was across the hall. The door was shut, and there was no sound on the other side. I knocked gently and opened it before she answered. She was sitting up in bed, covers pulled to her chest. "There was someone at my door," she said quietly. "I heard them." I looked around her room. No open windows, nothing moved, no sign of anything again. But it wasn't just the knock this time. There were smudges on the door, like fingerprints, right at her height, 5 of them, smeared slightly like someone had run their hand down the wood. Erin saw them too. I looked over and she was already pulling Nora's suitcase out from under the bed, stuffing clothes in without folding anything. "We're leaving," she said. And honestly, I didn't argue. I helped pack. We didn't talk much, just moved. Nora was shaking, but she didn't cry. I told her to keep her hoodie on, and she nodded like she was trying not to fall apart. She looked older than 9 all of a sudden. We were in the car in less than 15 minutes. The sun wasn't even close to up yet. As we pulled away, I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone step out onto the porch behind us. Nothing. We drove to a diner about 30 miles south, one of those 24-hour ones you forget exist until you need one. The coffee was awful and the eggs were rubbery, but I didn't care. Erin and I sat across from each other, silently staring at our plates, while Nora drew ghosts on her napkin. I finally told Erin what the owner had said. She didn't say much, just, I knew something was off. After breakfast, we booked a hotel closer to Portland and stayed there the next 2 nights. We didn't go back to the lake house, not even to check out properly. I sent the owner a message and left the keys under a flower pot on the porch. He messaged back 2 days later, just, "Understood." That was it. Nora didn't want to talk about what happened. We tried gently, but she shut down every time we brought it up. I think part of her was afraid we'd tell her she imagined it, and part of her was afraid we'd say she didn't. The weirdest part? A week after we got home, a disposable camera roll came in the mail. No note, just a cardboard sleeve with Nora's name on it. We hadn't developed the one from the trip yet. I figured maybe Erin did it and forgot to mention it. But she swore she didn't. We opened the sleeve together. It was the same camera, all right, Nora's handwriting on the little sticker, and most of the pictures were hers. Trees, chipmunks, the lake, a blurry one of me flipping a pancake. Then came the last 5. One was a photo of the upstairs hallway taken at night, it looked like. No flash. Almost completely dark except for the faint outline of the railing. The next was Nora's bedroom door, closed, no one in the frame. Then the bathroom mirror, not the whole room, just the mirror, centered perfectly. And then the attic hatch, shot from below. The final one was, I don't even know how to describe it. It was black, almost entirely, except in the center, where there was something, a shape. It looked like a person crouched low to the ground, as if they were ducking under something. You could barely see it, but the eyes caught the flash. They were open, and they were looking directly into the camera. I didn't tell Nora about the photos. I mean, how could I? She was just starting to seem normal again, eating better, sleeping through the night, laughing at dumb cartoons. Every now and then she'd get quiet for no reason, or jump at small noises, but I figured that was just going to take time. Same for Erin. She threw herself back into work like nothing happened. She never brought up the house again. She wouldn't even say the word lake. But I couldn't let it go, not completely. At first I tried. I buried the camera envelope in a junk drawer, stopped checking the rental listing, made myself stop going over every detail in my head, but it was like my brain refused to move on. I'd be driving to work and suddenly wonder if the camera had a timer function, if someone could have taken those photos without Nora knowing. One night I got so fixated, I pulled the camera back out and checked the model online. Disposable Kodak fun saver, no timer, no remote. You can't take pictures without someone physically clicking the button. So who took them? It ate at me in a slow, quiet way. I didn't tell anyone how much time I was spending thinking about it, especially Erin. She already thought I was spiraling, and maybe I was. 3 weeks after we got back, I called the rental owner again. I told myself I just wanted closure, that if I could get one more solid answer, I could finally drop it. He picked up on the second ring, sounded groggy. I apologized for bothering him, said we'd stayed in the house last month and I just had some follow-up questions. He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "You're the one with the kid." I said yes. Another pause. "Is she okay?" he asked, genuinely, not like small talk. It sounded like someone who actually wasn't sure if she'd made it out all right. "She's fine," I said, "mostly." He sighed like that answer made him feel worse, not better. "I should have taken it off the market," he said. "What do you mean?" He told me that after we left, the next guests lasted one night, a couple with a dog. They messaged him the next morning and said the place had a weird energy, that the dog wouldn't go upstairs, that they kept hearing movement in the walls. He refunded them, no argument, just sent the money back. "Was there anything in the house when you went back?" I asked. "After us?" "No," he said. "It was clean, locked up, same as before." But he didn't sound sure. He didn't hang up until I asked him flat out if anyone had ever died there. He said no, not as far as he knew, but the way he said it, "not as far as I know," made my skin crawl. That was the last time I spoke to him. I thought about reporting it. I even looked up how. There's no real process for "something's wrong with this Airbnb," not unless someone gets hurt, and technically no one had. Still, I filed a complaint through the site, just to have it on record. I kept it vague, said the place made us uncomfortable, that my daughter didn't feel safe there. They sent back a generic email thanking me for the feedback. A few days later, I checked the listing again. It was gone. Just removed completely, like it never existed. That should have made me feel better. I thought it would. It didn't. Because here's the thing. Once you've experienced something you can't explain, really can't, it kind of breaks your brain a little. You start second, guessing everything. Every noise in the house. Every open door you don't remember opening. I started waking up at 3:15 every night. Not exactly on the dot, but close enough to feel weird. And there were other things too, small things. One morning, I found a wet footprint in the hallway outside our bathroom. No one had showered yet. Aaron brushed it off, said maybe the cat had stepped in the sink, even though he never does that. But I checked his paws. They were clean. Another night I found a handprint on the back of our bedroom mirror. A small one, like a child's. I wiped it off without telling anyone. I don't know why I didn't say anything. Maybe I thought if I didn't name it, it couldn't grow. But Nora noticed something was wrong. She didn't ask questions, not directly, but she started sleeping with the light on again. She asked if she could move her bed so it didn't face the window. She started drawing things that made me uncomfortable. Long hallways, dark doors, shadowy figures standing just out of frame. Sometimes she'd cross them out with so much pressure the paper would tear. Aaron saw one of them and asked if everything was okay at school. Nora said yeah, but she wouldn't meet her eyes. Then, one night, about a month after we got back, she came into our room. It was just after midnight. I was still awake, lying there with that familiar tight feeling in my chest. "Can I sleep with you guys?" she whispered. Aaron moved over and pulled back the blanket without even asking why. Once she was settled between us, I asked as gently as I could, "Did you have a bad dream?" She didn't answer right away. Then she whispered, "He's still looking." I didn't know what that meant. I wanted to ask, but Aaron shushed me and rubbed her back until she fell asleep. I just stared at the ceiling. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next day I went back to that junk drawer and pulled out the camera envelope again. I looked at that last photo for a long time, the shape crouched low, the pale dots of its eyes. And I realized something I hadn't before. The camera was angled upward, like someone had been holding it at chest level and pointed it toward the floor, not standing height, not eye level. It had been taken by a child, which means Nora didn't forget taking it. She lied. I didn't confront Nora right away. I thought about it, I even rehearsed what I'd say, but something about the idea made me hesitate. She was just a kid. I didn't want to accuse her of lying. I just wanted to understand. For a couple days, I kept watching her, not in a creepy way, just noticing. She was still herself mostly. She laughed at cartoons. She told me when her class hamster died like it actually bummed her out. But there were moments when she seemed far away, like I'd ask her a question and she'd blink before answering, like she had to come back from wherever she'd gone. I asked her about the trip once, just lightly while we were in the car. "What was your favorite part of the lake house?" She didn't answer for a long time. Then she said, "The dock." "Not the house?" She shook her head. The house felt weird. I nodded. "You never told me what you saw. That night, someone knocked." She glanced at me but didn't say anything. "Nora?" "I didn't see anything," she said. "That's the problem." I let it go after that. That night, after she went to bed, I sat on the edge of the couch with the photo in my hands again. That final one, the dark one. I brought it close to the lamp and studied every inch of it. The shape was so hard to define, you couldn't make out a face, just the idea of one. The way it crouched low, not like it was scared, more like it was waiting. And the eyes, that's what stuck with me. They didn't look human. Not in a dramatic way, no glowing or unnatural features, just blank, wide. Like whatever it was didn't understand what it was looking at, or maybe didn't care. I flipped the photo over, just white on the back. I held it up to the light, thinking maybe there was something written on it in pencil, but there wasn't. Still, I couldn't shake the idea that something had posed for that photo, that it had looked into the lens on purpose. After that, the dreams started. Not violent or gory, just strange, quiet. The kind of dreams that feel more like memories than nightmares. In one of them, I was standing in the upstairs hallway of the lake house, barefoot. I wasn't doing anything, just standing there, looking toward the laundry room. And some shape was crouched in the shadows at the end, just barely visible. I couldn't move, I couldn't blink. And the longer I stood there, the more I became aware that it was the one watching me. I'd wake up sweating, heart racing, sometimes halfway off the bed like I was trying to get away from something. I started sleeping with the hallway light on again, just like Nora. A few nights later, I came home late from work. Erin was already in bed. Nora was supposed to be too, but when I passed her room, I saw the light was still on. Not the overhead light, just the little desk lamp she sometimes used to read. I knocked and opened the door. She was sitting on the floor, cross-legged, facing the mirror. The same kind we'd bought her last year. Full-length, oval, mounted on a wooden stand. She didn't look at me. "What are you doing?" I asked. She turned slowly, like she was waking up from something. Her eyes were glassy. "I thought I saw something," she said. "In the mirror?" She nodded. I sat down beside her. "Like what?" "I don't know." She pulled her knees up. It wasn't clear. Like it was trying to look like me, but it didn't know how. That sentence hit me harder than it should have. It was too specific, too real. "Have you seen it before?" She hesitated, then shook her head. But I didn't believe her. She didn't sleep in her room that night. I let her stay on the couch with a blanket and some cartoons. Erin didn't ask why. She just looked at me like she already knew something was happening that we didn't know how to stop. That weekend, I went looking for the other family, the one who stayed at the house before us. I know that sounds crazy, but I couldn't stop thinking about what the rental owner said, that they brought someone else, someone who wasn't supposed to be there, and that they just left. I still had the booking confirmation in my email. I used it to check the listing again, not the live one, it was gone, but the archived version that Google had cached. From there I got the name of the property management company, just a generic sounding outfit that handled a bunch of vacation homes in the area. I called and pretended to be someone looking to book for next year, asked if the lake house was available. The woman on the phone was polite but confused. "That listing's been pulled," she said. Do you know why? She paused. I'm not really allowed to discuss that. Was there a police report or something? Sir, is this about a prior stay? I didn't answer. I think my silence said enough. Then, after a long pause, she lowered her voice. There was an incident, she said, but it didn't happen to any of our guests, not officially. What does that mean? I can't say more. I really can't. But, off the record, if I were you, I wouldn't go looking. I hung up before she could say anything else. The next day, I noticed something strange with Nora's drawings. She'd started a new sketchbook. Same stuff at first: animals, trees, cartoon characters. But halfway through they started getting darker. Literally, thick black crayon covering half the page. Stick figures with their faces scribbled out. A little girl standing in front of a mirror with two shadows behind her. In one, she'd drawn the lake house. I recognized the shape of it right away, but all the windows were blacked out, and something was crouched on the roof. I asked her about it. She said, "That's not the house, that's the copy." I didn't ask what that meant. Later, after she went to bed, I flipped through the sketchbook again. The last page was blank, except for one sentence written in shaky pencil. He remembers where we went. That night, I locked every door in the house. But I didn't sleep. And I kept the lights on. It's been almost a year since the lake house. I've rewritten this story in my head 100 different ways, some versions scarier, some more rational. I kept thinking that maybe, if I could just land on the right version, I'd finally be able to file it away in that mental drawer where we keep all the weird, half-remembered stuff from our lives. But I'm starting to realize that's not how it works. Some things don't get tied up neatly. They don't offer you closure. They just end. And if you're lucky, you get to decide when. So this is me doing that, ending it. Here's what finally happened. A few weeks after I found Nora's drawing, the one that said he remembers where we went, I sat down with her. Really sat down, no distractions, no jokes. Just me and her on the back porch one late Saturday morning, while Aaron was out getting groceries. I didn't try to sneak up on it. I didn't treat it like a trap or a therapy session. I just asked her, "What do you remember about that trip?" She was quiet for a while. I let her take her time. Eventually she said, "I remember feeling watched." "By what?" She looked down at her knees. "Not a person." I nodded. "Was it in the house?" Another long pause. "I think it followed us there. Or maybe it was already there, and we brought something it liked." I didn't ask her to explain. Honestly, I don't think she could have. But then she said something I'll never forget. It didn't want to hurt us. It just wanted to stay. That shook me more than anything else. Because it made a strange kind of sense. We kept waiting for something violent to happen, but it never did. It just lingered, observed, left pieces of itself around like forgotten laundry. That handprint, the knock, the photo, whatever it wasn't trying to scare us. It was trying to settle in, like it was learning how to be human by mimicking us. After that conversation, things changed. Slowly, but they did. Nora started sleeping in her room again, The lights stayed on for a while, but eventually she stopped needing them. The drawings became brighter, less dark, less chaotic. The shadows shrank. Her therapist said she was processing well. I think that's probably true. Aaron and I talked more too, really talked. For a while, we'd both been pretending it hadn't affected us. But it had. It's hard to explain what it feels like to be scared in your own home, not of a person, but of the possibility that the world is thinner than you thought, that there's something just beyond it, watching. She told me she'd been having dreams too, mostly of doors she couldn't open, or mirrors that showed the wrong room behind her, but they'd faded over time, just like mine did. There were no more footprints, no more smudges, no photos in the mail. And still it lingered in the back of my head. He remembers where we went. It almost felt like a warning, but it also felt like a truth. Because even as life started to feel normal again, school drop-offs, Saturday chores, lunch leftovers in the fridge, I couldn't forget that house. So one day, I went back, alone. I didn't tell Aaron. I didn't even plan it, really. I had a work trip a couple towns over and realized I was only an hour and a half from the lake. I told myself I just wanted to see if the house was still there. If maybe I'd built it up in my head. It was still there. Same white siding, same green shutters, same porch swing, swaying slightly in the breeze like someone had just gotten up from it. There was no for rent sign, no sign of life at all. Just tall grass and a bird bath full of leaves. I parked down the road and walked up to the edge of the property, but I didn't go in. I just stood there. And I don't know how to explain this part in a way that doesn't sound made up, but I'll try. I felt something let go. It wasn't dramatic, no rush of wind, no voices in the trees, just a lightness, like tension I didn't even realize I was carrying had loosened from my chest. Whatever had been there, it wasn't anymore. I didn't feel watched. I didn't feel anything, really, just tired. I stood there for a few more minutes, took one last look at the windows, and walked back to the car. On the drive home, I didn't replay anything in my head. I didn't try to dissect it. I didn't feel the need. That was the last time I thought of the lake house in the way I used to, as a threat, as something unfinished. Now, when I think of it, I mostly just feel a little sad. Not for us, for it. Because if I'm right, if it was trying to learn, trying to be close to something it couldn't quite touch, then maybe all those little things weren't warnings. Maybe they were attempts, bad ones, sure. Unnerving, but not malicious. Just lonely. And maybe we were the first ones to really see it. Maybe that's why it followed us home for a while. Maybe we reminded it of something. I'll never know. I'm okay with that. Nora's fine. She still draws, but it's all sunshine and animals now. Last week she brought home a school project about her favorite place in nature, and she picked the lake. When I asked her why, she said, because it was quiet, and I like quiet places now. I just smiled. I think part of her remembers more than she says, but maybe that's her way of letting it go too. Aaron and I are better. We talk more. We're planning a trip this fall somewhere warmer. Maybe a beach this time. No cabins, no attics. Just sand and sun and overpriced ice cream. And me? I sleep through the night again, not always, but often. The mirror's clean, the house feels like ours again. Sometimes when it's late and the house is still, I'll catch myself listening, just for a second, just to make sure the silence is empty. It always is, and that's enough. So yeah, that's what happened. That's all of it. Not a ghost story, not exactly. Just a strange thing that happened to a regular family in a quiet house by a quiet lake. And we're okay now. We really are. I got my dog Harvey 2 years ago when I moved into my current apartment. I live alone, and having him around makes me feel safer. He's not a guard dog or anything, just a mutt with scruffy fur and a goofy personality, but he's always been alert. He'll sit up and stare at the door before I even hear the mailman coming. He senses things before I do, which is why when he started barking at my bedroom closet, I didn't ignore it. At first, it was just an occasional thing. I'd be lying in bed, half asleep, when I'd hear him growling low in his throat. He'd be staring at the closet door, ears pinned back. I'd call his name, snap my fingers, and he'd stop hesitant, but eventually settling back down. I didn't think much of it at first. Dogs are weird sometimes. Maybe he heard something from my neighbors. Maybe he was just dreaming. But then it started happening every night. The first time I actually noticed the pattern, I had fallen asleep watching a movie in bed. The room was quiet, my phone was face down, and the only light came from the street lamps outside filtering through the curtains. Then Harvey let out a sharp bark. I jerked awake, my heart pounding. He was standing at the foot of my bed, his entire body stiff, his fur bristling. His eyes were locked on the closet door. "Harvey," I muttered, still groggy, "what's wrong?" He let out a low growl. I followed his gaze, feeling my stomach twist. The closet door was shut, same as always. Nothing was different. I sat up fully, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. "It's just a closet, buddy," I murmured, reaching out to scratch behind his ears. He didn't move. Then I glanced at my phone. 3:02 a.m. A weird chill passed through me, but I shook it off. I got out of bed, crossed the room, and pulled open the closet door. It was empty. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. "See? Nothing," I muttered, turning back toward Harvey. He was still watching. Even after I climbed back into bed, he stayed there for another 5 minutes, just staring. Then finally, he let out a low huff and curled up at my feet. I didn't sleep well after that. The next night, it happened again. This time, I was already awake. I had been scrolling mindlessly on my phone, trying to tire myself out, when Harvey suddenly lifted his head. His ears perked, eyes trained on the closet. I frowned. "Seriously?" Then he growled. It was a sound I had never heard from him before, deep, almost guttural. The hairs on my arms stood up. I swallowed, setting my phone aside. "Harvey, come here," I said quietly. He didn't move. My stomach tightened. I turned, staring at the closet myself now, my mind racing for an explanation. Maybe a mouse got in. Maybe I left a window open somewhere and the air pressure shifted the door slightly. But the air was still. No wind, no movement. Just Harvey and me. And the closet. I turned on my bedside lamp, the warm light flooding the room. I forced myself to stand, heart pounding as I stepped toward the closet again. My fingers hovered over the handle for a second too long. Then I pulled it open. Nothing. Again. But Harvey still wouldn't stop staring. That night, I barely slept. By the third night, I was already on edge. It was a work night, and I was exhausted, but the second I crawled into bed, I felt a weight in my chest. Harvey was already standing, staring at the closet again. I glanced at my phone. 3 a.m. I gritted my teeth. I was so damn tired, too tired for this. I threw the blanket off and marched toward the closet door, my frustration overpowering my fear. "Look, Harvey," I muttered. "There's nothing in here." I yanked the door open. Empty. Of course. I turned back to him. "See?" He didn't move. I sighed, rubbing my temples. "Maybe it's the smell of old laundry or something," I muttered. "I'll clean it out tomorrow." I shut the door and crawled back into bed, determined to ignore him this time. And for a few minutes, I actually started drifting off. Then I heard it. A soft, faint scratching. I went ice cold. My brain immediately scrambled for a rational explanation. Maybe it was a tree branch outside, but I lived on the 3rd floor. Maybe it was Harvey shifting in his sleep. I turned over and checked. He wasn't sleeping. He was sitting up, ears pinned back, still watching the closet. I felt lightheaded. My breath came short and quick. Then I heard it again. Scratch, scratch, scratch. From inside the closet. I bolted upright. Harvey let out a low, warning growl. I stared at the door, heart hammering. I felt like I was trapped in place, my body refusing to move. No way, no F, ein way, asterisk, asterisk. It was probably nothing. It had to be nothing. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was behind that door. I clenched my jaw, forcing my legs to move. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and stepped closer. Harvey followed behind me, low to the ground, muscles tense. I pressed my hand against the closet door. It felt ice cold. I counted to 3 in my head. Then I yanked it open. Nothing. No mouse, no draft, no reason for the sounds I had heard. I swallowed hard, my hands shaking. I was losing it. I had to be. I exhaled, forcing out a nervous chuckle. "I need to stop watching horror movies," I muttered, shutting the door and stumbling back into bed. Harvey, however, stayed standing. Still watching. Still waiting. By the 4th night, I decided I needed proof. I set up my old baby monitor camera, the one I used when Harvey was a puppy. I positioned it to face the closet door, then crawled into bed, pulling the covers tight around me. I didn't even try to sleep. I just waited. And sure enough, at exactly 3 a.m., Harvey sat up. His ears perked, his body stiffened. I grabbed my phone and started recording the feed. Harvey let out a low growl. Then, on the screen, the closet door moved. Just a tiny bit. A slow, almost imperceptible shift. Like something had pressed against it from the inside. I felt my stomach drop. I checked the video again, my heart racing. No shadow, no movement. Nothing was there. But the door had moved. And as I looked back up, something else caught my eye. Harvey wasn't staring at the closet anymore. He was staring at me. Like he knew something I didn't. Like he was waiting to see what I would do next. I barely slept after that. I kept replaying the footage over and over, but it was always the same. The closet door moved, just slightly, just enough to make my stomach knot up with unease, but there was nothing visible behind it. No shadow, no flicker of movement, just air. Harvey wouldn't go near it. Even after I shut the door and crawled back into bed, he stayed planted at the edge of the room, facing the closet, his tail stiff and low. I called his name softly, but he didn't move. I didn't blame him. I didn't want to be near that door either. When the sun finally crept through the blinds, I got out of bed, my body aching with exhaustion. I moved toward the closet with caution, hesitating before pressing my palm against the wood. It felt like any other door. I took a slow breath and pulled it open. Empty. Of course. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I grabbed my phone and checked the security footage from the night before one last time, but nothing had changed. The door moved, but nothing was there. Harvey stood a few feet behind me, watching. His ears flicked slightly when I met his gaze. "You're making me paranoid," I muttered, rubbing my temples. But deep down, I knew this wasn't just weird dog behavior. Something was wrong. I spent the day cleaning, hoping to shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me. I told myself there had to be a logical explanation, a draft, a loose hinge, something simple. By noon, I had convinced myself I was overreacting. Then I found the scratches. I was picking up some shoes from the floor of the closet when I noticed them thin, jagged marks along the inside of the door. Some looked deep, others faint, like whatever made them had tried over and over again. A chill crept up my spine. I stared at them, my mind racing. Had these always been here? How had I never noticed them before? I crouched down, running my fingertips over the grooves. They were uneven, rough, almost frantic. Like something had been trying to get out. A shiver ran through me. I stood up quickly, brushing off my jeans. It was probably nothing. The scratches could have been there for years. Maybe a previous tenant had a pet, and it got trapped in here once. That made sense. That had to be it. Still, I shut the door a little harder than necessary. Harvey sat near the bed, staring. That night, I made sure the closet door was completely shut before getting into bed. I even wedged a chair in front of it, just in case. Harvey curled up next to me, resting his head against my leg. For the first time in days, he didn't immediately sit up and stare at the closet when the room went dark. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. The unease sat in my stomach, coiling tighter with every passing minute. I checked my phone, 2:58 a.m. I tried to ignore it. I squeezed my eyes shut, focused on my breathing, in, out, in, out. Then Harvey's head snapped up. My eyes flew open. He was staring at the closet again. His entire body stiffened. His breathing changed shallow, quick. I held my breath. Then, just as the clock struck 3 a.m., I heard it. A soft, deliberate knock from inside the closet. I bolted upright, my heart hammering in my chest. Harvey let out a low growl, his ears pinned back. I gripped the blanket, my pulse racing so fast I felt lightheaded. The knock had been soft, almost careful, like someone testing the door. I reached for my phone with shaking hands, turned on the camera feed. I forced myself to watch. At 3:02 a.m., the closet door moved. It was so slow I almost missed it, just a tiny shift, like it had been nudged from the inside. Harvey growled again. I felt sick. I stared at the screen, waiting, watching. Nothing. No figure, no movement. The door had moved, but there was still nothing there. The scratching started at 3:04 a.m. Soft at first, then more insistent. Harvey barked loudly, the sharp sound cutting through the silence. The scratching stopped instantly. I couldn't breathe. I felt my body locking up, my instinct screaming at me to run. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, everything went still. Harvey whined. I forced myself to breathe. I looked at my phone. 3:07 a.m. I reached over and turned on the bedside lamp. The room flooded with warm light. Harvey slowly relaxed, tail lowering, but his eyes never left the closet. Neither did mine. I checked the time again. 3:10 a.m. Nothing happened. No more scratching. No more movement. By 3:15 a.m., Harvey finally curled back up, his body pressed against my side. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. By morning, I decided I wasn't going to be alone tonight. I called my friend Katie and invited her over. I didn't tell her why I didn't want her thinking I was losing my mind. I just said I wanted company. She arrived with a bottle of wine, plopping onto the couch like she lived here. God, it's been forever. This place is cute. You always keep it so clean. I laughed, forcing myself to act normal. We talked, ate pizza, put on a movie. I kept telling myself that when 3 a.m. rolled around, I'd feel better with another person here. That was the plan. But at some point, I must have dozed off, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up to Harvey barking. I jolted upright, my stomach dropping. The clock on the television read 3:01 a.m. Katie stirred on the other end of the couch, groggy. What's going on? Harvey was standing near the hallway, growling at my bedroom door. At the closet, Katie frowned, rubbing her eyes. Why's he freaking out? I couldn't answer. My body felt frozen. Then we both heard it. The unmistakable sound of something knocking twice from inside the closet. Katie shot me a look, her eyes wide with panic. What the fuck was that? Asterisk, asterisk. I couldn't speak. Harvey kept growling, his body rigid. Katie slowly sat up, glancing between me and the hallway. Are you messing with me? Please tell me this is some kind of prank. Then before I could stop her, she stood up. She started walking toward my room. And I knew, deep in my gut, that if she opened that door, we weren't going to like what we found. I didn't stop Katie. I wanted to, I should have, but my body wouldn't move, like every part of me was screaming not to get involved. She reached for the closet door, hesitated for just a second, then yanked it open. The light from the hallway spilled in, casting long shadows on the walls. It was empty, just like before. The same coats, the same pair of old sneakers shoved in the corner, nothing disturbed, nothing out of place. For a second, I felt relief start to creep in. Maybe I really had been imagining things. Maybe the door moving, the scratching, Harvey's weird behavior, it could all be explained away. Katie let out a nervous chuckle, brushing a hand through her hair. "Dude, I think you need to sleep. This place is just..." She stopped. I saw her eyes flick downward. Her face went pale. A chill crawled up my spine. "What?" I whispered. She didn't answer, just stepped back, giving me room to see. I leaned in, my pulse hammering. At first I didn't understand what I was looking at. Then my stomach dropped. There were scratches on the inside of the closet door. Long, jagged lines, like something had been dragging its nails down the wood. Some were fresh, the edges sharp and splintered. Others were older, faint but still visible, like whatever had made them had been trying for a long time. I stepped back, suddenly dizzy. Had those been there before? I would have noticed them. I would have. Katie cleared her throat. "That's weird." I swallowed hard, my hands clammy. "Yeah." I forced a laugh, trying to shake off the unease creeping under my skin. Maybe someone who lived here before had a cat or something. I didn't believe it. And from the look on Katie's face, she didn't either. I shut the closet door hard and stepped away. Harvey let out a small whimper, but stayed close to my side. Katie forced a smile. "Let's just go back to the couch, yeah? Maybe put on a movie." I nodded, pretending like I could just brush this off. Like I could forget. We sat on the couch, watching something neither of us paid attention to. Every few minutes, my eyes flicked toward the hallway, toward the closed closet door. Harvey stayed curled up next to me, but his ears were twitching, like he was still listening. By 2:45 a.m., Katie started to doze off, but I was wide awake. Waiting. Dreading. I glanced at my phone. 2:59 a.m. A cold sweat broke out along my skin. I held my breath. 3 a.m. Harvey's head shot up. A deep, guttural growl rumbled from his chest. I turned toward the hallway, my stomach twisting into knots. The closet door was still shut. I forced myself to breathe. It was fine. Nothing was going to happen. Then, right as I exhaled, the door shifted. Not much, just an inch, just enough for the latch to release, with a soft click. I froze. Katie stirred next to me. "What's?" Then she saw the door. The color drained from her face. Neither of us moved. Harvey whimpered. Then, slowly, the door swung open a little more. I wanted to be rational. I wanted to tell myself it was just the air pressure, a draft, something explainable. But the air was still. The windows were closed. And something about the way the door moved, like it had been waiting for us to see it, made my blood run cold. Katie gripped my arm. "No fucking way. I grabbed my phone, my hands shaking. I pulled up the security camera feed from my bedroom, rewinding to just a few seconds ago. I pressed play. The screen showed the door opening on its own. Slow, deliberate, but there was nothing there. No shadow, no movement, no sign of anything that could have caused it. Just a door that shouldn't have moved. Katie's breath hitched. I don't like this. Neither did I. I got up, my legs shaky. I grabbed the chair from my desk and shoved it under the closet doorknob, pressing it tightly against the frame. Then I grabbed my keys. "Come on," I muttered. Katie didn't argue. Neither of us were staying here. We left that night. I didn't even pack a bag, I just drove. Katie stayed quiet the whole ride. So did I. What was there to say? We both saw it. We both knew something was wrong. I crashed at her place for the next few nights, avoiding my apartment, making excuses to myself, but deep down I knew I wasn't going back. Not to sleep. Not alone. I broke my lease the next week. My landlord didn't ask questions. Maybe he'd heard stories before. Maybe I wasn't the first. I moved to a new place, a different city. A fresh start. Harvey stopped growling at night. For a while, I let myself believe it was over. Then about a month later, I got a package in the mail. No return address. Inside was a single photo. A picture of my old closet door. The scratches were deeper. There was a single new mark at the bottom, a long, jagged line, fresh, cutting through the paint. Like something was still trying to get out. Still to this day, I have no idea what that was or why it happened. Maybe it was just the building settling. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. Maybe there was a logical explanation I'll never find. Or maybe I left something behind in that apartment. And maybe it's still there. I don't think I want to know. I first noticed him about a month ago. There's a bus stop near the intersection by my apartment, just before I turn onto the main road for work. It's nothing special, just a faded metal bench under a scratched-up shelter, one of those places that feels like no one actually uses it. But he's always there. Every morning at exactly 7:15 a.m. I drive past, and he's standing under the shelter. Same posture, same spot. And he always waves at me. At first I found it funny, a little weird, sure, but not in a way that set off alarms in my head. I'd be sipping my coffee, barely awake, and then out of the corner of my eye a hand lifted in a slow, deliberate wave. Not overly friendly, not enthusiastic. Just acknowledging me. Like he knew I'd be there. The first time, I didn't wave back. It caught me off guard. But the next morning, when he did it again, I raised a hand briefly, more out of politeness than anything else. I don't know why I assumed he was waiting for a bus. I never actually saw him get on one. But then again, I never saw him leave either. After a couple of weeks, it became routine. Every morning I'd drive past, and he'd wave. Some mornings I'd wave back. Some mornings I wouldn't. It didn't seem to matter to him. He did it anyway. I told a coworker about it one day during lunch, half laughing as I described the guy. It's kind of funny, right? It's like having a real-life NPC. She raised an eyebrow. Every morning? Every morning, I confirmed. Maybe he's just lonely. Maybe, I said, even though something about that didn't sit right with me. He didn't look lonely. He looked like he was waiting. Last week, I finally got a better look at him. I had left a little later than usual, running behind after searching for my keys, and as I pulled up to the intersection, I had to stop at a red light. For the first time, I was actually sitting there in clear view of him, instead of just driving past. He was standing in his usual spot under the shelter, right at the edge of the sidewalk. And for the first time, I really saw him. His clothes were always the same black pants, dark gray zip-up hoodie, hands tucked into the pockets. I had assumed he was young, maybe mid-30s, but up close it was hard to tell. His face was off. Not in an unnatural way, not in a way you'd immediately notice. But his features were vague, blurry in a way that made it impossible to guess his age. And he was already looking at me. His arm lifted, slow, deliberate. He waved. Something about it sent a weird, prickling feeling up my spine. Like it wasn't just a friendly gesture. Like it was a confirmation. I didn't wave back that time. The light turned green, and I drove off, gripping the steering wheel a little too tight. That was the first time I felt genuinely uneasy. Not scared exactly, but uneasy. I tried to brush it off, but the next morning I felt myself tensing as I approached the intersection. And sure enough, he was there. Same spot. Same wave. Like yesterday didn't matter. Like nothing changed. That night, I sat in my apartment, replaying the moment in my head. I tried to reason with myself. Maybe he worked somewhere nearby. Maybe he was waiting for a ride, or just liked standing there for some reason. But that wasn't what bothered me. What bothered me was how he never seemed to change. Same clothes, same posture, same wave. Like a loop. Then last night I found the photo. I wasn't looking for it. I was just scrolling through my phone, clearing out old pictures when I paused on one from 3 years ago. It was from a weekend trip I took with some friends. We had stopped at a small cafe on the way to the mountains, and I had taken a picture out the window while waiting for my coffee. I don't even remember taking it. Just a random shot of the street, some cars, a few people walking, and him, standing near a bus stop in the background, wearing the exact same clothes, same posture, and looking directly at the camera. I felt something cold crawl up my spine. I zoomed in, my fingers shaking. It was blurry, but it was him. 3 years ago, in a completely different city. Waiting. Watching. I barely slept. I couldn't stop thinking about the photo, about how long he had been standing there. How long had he been waving at me? I wanted to believe it was a coincidence, maybe just someone who looked similar. But I knew it wasn't. Deep down, I knew. This morning, I left for work later than usual, on purpose. I wanted to see if he'd still be there. As I pulled up to the intersection, I slowed down, my hands clammy on the wheel. And for the first time in weeks, he wasn't there. The bus stop was empty. The relief hit me all at once. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding, shaking my head, Maybe I had been overthinking it. Maybe it was just some random guy, and I had worked myself up over nothing. Then my phone buzzed. A notification from my security camera. Motion detected. I grabbed my phone, opening the app, expecting to see my neighbor walking past or a stray cat on the sidewalk. The footage loaded. For a second, I didn't understand what I was looking at. Then my vision tunneled. He was standing outside my apartment. Not at the bus stop. Not waiting. Just standing. Facing my door. Looking directly at the camera. At me. I dropped my phone. The wave of nausea hit so fast, I thought I might throw up. Because the timestamp on the footage wasn't from this morning. It wasn't from last night. It was from 3 days ago. He had already been here, standing at my door, and I never even knew. I stared at my phone, my mind struggling to process what I was looking at. The footage wasn't from today. It wasn't even from last night. 3 days ago, while I was asleep in my apartment, he had been outside my door. Just standing there. Not knocking, not trying to break in, just watching. My hands felt numb as I rewound the video, forcing myself to watch it again. The motion had triggered the camera at 3:12 a.m. At first, there was nothing. The hallway outside my door was dimly lit, quiet, still. Then he stepped into frame. Same dark pants, same gray hoodie, same calm, patient posture. He stopped directly in front of my door, tilting his head slightly. I couldn't see his face clearly, not with the way the light cast a shadow over it, but I could feel his eyes on me. He just stood there. Seconds passed, then a full minute, then 2. He never moved. And then just like that, he turned and walked away. Like he had gotten what he came for. Like standing outside my apartment in the middle of the night was enough. I gripped the phone tighter, my chest tightening with something close to panic. Had he been here before? Had I just never noticed? I needed to get out. I didn't know where I was going, but I couldn't sit here, staring at the footage, waiting for something else to happen. I grabbed my keys, shoved my phone into my pocket, and left. I ended up at a cafe a few blocks from my apartment, a place I had been to a handful of times but never really paid attention to. I ordered coffee just to have an excuse to sit down. My hands were still shaking as I wrapped them around the cup, letting the warmth ground me. I had to be rational about this. I had never spoken to this man. I didn't even know his name. But he knew me. He had been waiting for me every morning. And now he had been at my apartment. I kept replaying everything in my head, trying to find an explanation that wasn't terrifying. Maybe he just lived nearby. Maybe this was some weird coincidence. But then why did he show up before I even realized something was wrong? Why was he at my door before I ever connected him to that old photo? I took a shaky breath and pulled out my phone. I wasn't going to sit on this. I needed to report it. I opened the local police department's website and found the non-emergency number. My finger hovered over the call button. Then I hesitated. What was I going to tell them? That a guy at a bus stop waves at me? That he showed up at my apartment one time and didn't do anything? Would they even take me seriously? I leaned back in my chair, staring blankly at my screen. Then my phone vibrated. A new notification. Motion detected, front door camera. My throat tightened. I opened the app. The live feed loaded. There was nothing there. The hallway outside my apartment was empty. But then I saw the timestamp. 3:12 a.m. Again. I scrolled back, opening last night's footage. And there he was, standing in the exact same spot as before. Same posture, same unmoving presence. Like a loop. Like a routine. Like I was the one following his schedule. I locked my phone and shoved it into my pocket, my hands clammy. I needed to talk to someone. I needed someone else to see this. I paid for my coffee and walked outside, dialing the only person I could think of. Josh answered on the second ring. "Hey man, what's up?" I had gone to college with Josh, and while we weren't best friends, he was one of the most level-headed people I knew. He worked in security, now private, nothing flashy, but enough that he'd know if I was overreacting. "I need to show you something," I said, my voice tighter than I wanted it to be. There was a pause. "You okay?" "Not really." That was enough for him. "I'm home. Come over." Josh's apartment was across town in a complex much newer than mine. I drove with the radio off, the city passing by in a blur. When I got there, he was already outside waiting. I barely greeted him before pulling out my phone. "Look at this." I handed it to him and let him watch the footage. He didn't say anything as the man appeared on the screen, standing outside my door at 3:12 a.m. Or the next night. Or the one before that. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm but firm. "You need to report this." I let out a shaky breath. I was going to, but he hasn't actually done anything. Josh gave me a look. "He's been at your door multiple nights in a row, and you think that's not something to report?" I swallowed. I don't know what to tell them. Josh exhaled through his nose. "Okay, look, let's not wait for them to tell you it's nothing. We'll go down to the station now and file a report. At the very least, they'll have it on record. Worst case, it's nothing. Best case, they catch this guy before he does something worse." I nodded. "Yeah, okay." I followed him to his car, my hands still shaking. I had spent the past few days trying to convince myself this wasn't a big deal, that I was overthinking it, that maybe it was all in my head, but it wasn't. Josh had seen it too. This was real, and I had the feeling that whatever was happening wasn't over yet. The officer at the front desk took my statement. I showed him the footage, the timestamps, everything. He watched it all carefully, then nodded. "We'll log this and send a patrol to check out your building tonight." That should have reassured me. It didn't. Because what were they going to do? Tell a man he wasn't allowed to stand in front of my door? Tell him to stop waiting? I left the station with a file number and a promise that they'd be in touch. Josh patted my shoulder as we walked to his car. "You did the right thing." I nodded, but deep down, I knew it didn't matter. Something told me that if this guy had been watching me for years, a police report wasn't going to stop him now. That night I stayed at Josh's apartment. I told myself it was temporary, just until I got my head straight. But deep down I knew the real reason I didn't want to be alone. Not after everything I had seen. Not with the thought of him standing outside my door again. I barely slept. Every creak of the building, every passing car outside sent my nerves on edge. At one point, around 3 in the morning, I nearly reached for my phone to check my security camera feed, but I stopped myself. I didn't want to see. I already knew what I would find. He would be there, standing in the same spot, at exactly 3:12 a.m., watching. The next morning, I went back to my apartment. Josh offered to come with me, but I refused. I didn't want to drag him into this more than I already had. I parked across the street and sat in my car for a few minutes, gripping the steering wheel. The building looked exactly the same as when I left it, but somehow it felt different. Like something inside had shifted. I took a deep breath and got out. As I walked up to my door, I glanced around, scanning the sidewalk, the street, the alley behind the building. No one was there. No sign of him. The only proof that anything had happened was my security camera, still mounted above my door. I hesitated before stepping inside, unsure if I even wanted to check the footage. But I needed to. I had to know. I locked the door behind me and opened the app on my phone. The playback loaded, showing the last night's footage in grainy black and white. At first it was nothing, the empty hallway still and silent. Then, at exactly 3:12 a.m., he stepped into frame. Same dark pants, same gray hoodie. He stopped directly in front of my door. And then, for the first time, he moved. Slowly his hand reached up, fingers curling toward the doorknob. He didn't try to turn it, didn't knock, just rested his fingers against the metal like he was testing something. The air left my lungs. I watched as he stood there, hand on the doorknob, completely still. Then, just as suddenly as before, he pulled his hand away and walked off. I sat frozen, staring at the screen. He had touched the door. Why? I closed the app and exhaled sharply, trying to push down the growing sense of dread in my chest. Then I noticed something. A small folded piece of paper had been slipped under my door. My breath caught. I stared at it for a long time, my body refusing to move. Then finally, I reached down and picked it up, unfolded it. There were only 3 words. I changed my mind. I left the apartment that same day, packed a bag, called my landlord, and told him I was breaking the lease. I didn't care about the deposit, didn't care if it was irrational. I was done. Josh didn't question it. He just helped me carry my stuff to the car, watching me carefully like he expected me to break down at any second. But I wasn't scared anymore. I was angry. I had spent the last few weeks wondering what he wanted, wondering if I was imagining things, wondering if I was just being paranoid. But it was real. He was real. And for some reason, he had decided I wasn't worth it anymore. What would have happened if he hadn't changed his mind? What had he been waiting for all those nights? I wasn't going to stick around to find out. I moved across town and changed my routine. New apartment, new job, a fresh start. For a while, I kept checking my rearview mirror when I drove, kept glancing over my shoulder when I walked down the street. But weeks passed, then months, and nothing happened. No notes, no texts, and, most importantly, no man at the bus stop. Maybe he really was gone. Maybe he had found someone else. Or maybe he had been watching me for years and decided I wasn't what he wanted anymore. That was the thought that haunted me the most. Not that I escaped, but that I had been chosen in the first place, and I never even knew. Still to this day, I have no idea who he was or why he watched me for so long. I don't want to know. But sometimes when I drive through unfamiliar neighborhoods, I glance at the bus stops, and I never wave first. This is the most traumatic thing that has ever happened to me. I don't tell a lot of people about it because most of them don't believe me. They think I'm exaggerating, that I must have been overtired or paranoid. But I know what I saw. I know what was in my house. And no matter how much time passes, I still feel sick when I think about it. Because for weeks, I had no idea that someone was living in my home with me. It started with small things. At first, I thought I was just being careless, leaving the cabinets open, misplacing things, forgetting to put stuff away. Nothing too weird, just annoying little details that made me feel like I was losing my mind. One night, I came home from work and noticed that the fridge was open just a crack, not wide open, but enough that I was sure I wouldn't have left it like that. I checked inside. Everything looked normal: the milk, the leftovers, the carton of eggs I had bought 2 days before. I sighed and shut the door, telling myself I had just been in a hurry that morning. Then, a few days later, I noticed the dishes. I don't cook much. I usually order takeout or just microwave something, so my sink is always empty. But one night, as I was about to go to bed, I walked past the kitchen and froze. There was a plate in the sink. Not just a platé, a dirty plate. It had crumbs on it, a fork resting on top, smeared with something. I frowned. I hadn't used a plate that day. I was sure of it. I lived alone. There was no one else who could have put it there. I stood in the kitchen for a long time, just staring at it. Then, finally, I shook my head and rinsed it off. Maybe I had used it the night before and forgotten. Maybe I had grabbed a snack and just didn't remember. It wasn't that weird. But then it happened again. And again. A dirty cup in the sink, a used knife on the counter, a spoon resting on a napkin, like someone had just finished eating and meant to come back for it. And every time I told myself the same thing: I must have done it and forgotten. I just wasn't paying attention. I was stressed from work. I was being paranoid. I had an answer for everything. Until I didn't. One night, I decided to test myself. I cleaned the kitchen top to bottom before going to bed, wiped the counters, scrubbed the sink, put everything away. Then I took a picture on my phone. A before photo. If I really was being forgetful, then I'd see. I'd know. I woke up the next morning and walked into the kitchen, rubbing my eyes. The second I saw the sink, my stomach dropped. There was a plate there. A different plate, a bowl next to it, and a spoon with dried cereal stuck to the metal. I checked my phone. The photo showed a perfectly clean kitchen, no dishes. I felt my hands start to sweat. I lived alone. No one had been in my house. Had they? I looked at the doors, the windows, all locked. Then I checked my front door. Still bolted. My chest tightened. I felt dizzy. I had locked the doors. I knew that. So how had someone eaten in my kitchen last night? I didn't tell anyone at first. What was I supposed to say? That I was losing my mind? That I was sleepwalking and cooking dinner for myself in the middle of the night? Because that was the only logical explanation left. I was doing it in my sleep. That had to be it. So, to test it, I went out and bought a cheap motion sensor camera. One of those little security devices you can set on your counter, facing the room. It would record anything that moved during the night. If I was getting up and eating, I'd know. And if I wasn't, I didn't let myself think about that. I set it up before bed, making sure it was fully charged, aimed perfectly at the kitchen. Then, for the first time in weeks, I actually slept well, because I was finally going to get an answer. I just didn't know yet that I wouldn't like it. I woke up before my alarm the next morning. My body knew something was wrong before my brain had even caught up. That uneasy, twisting feeling in my gut, the kind that tells you you're not alone. I sat up slowly, the weight of last night pressing against my chest, the camera, the dishes, the lingering, gnawing thought that maybe, just maybe, I wasn't losing my mind after all. I threw the blankets off, grabbed my phone, and walked to the kitchen, my pulse already hammering. I didn't need to check the sink. I already knew. There was another plate, and next to it, a glass, rim smudged as if someone had taken a slow, deliberate sip before setting it down. I swallowed hard. I grabbed my phone with shaking hands and pulled up the footage. The recording started at midnight. At first, nothing happened. The kitchen sat still and untouched, bathed in the dim glow of the street lights outside. My fridge hummed. The clock on the wall ticked softly. Then, at 2:13 a.m., the motion detector triggered. I watched, breath caught in my throat, as a shadow moved into frame. Not fast. Not creeping. Just walking, like it belonged there. A man. Thin, gaunt, clothes loose on his frame, his head tilted slightly downward, hair falling in front of his face. I felt my stomach twist. He wasn't me. He walked straight to the cabinets, opened them without hesitation, and pulled out a plate. Then the fridge. He took out the milk, the bread, a jar of peanut butter. I watched in stunned horror as he made a sandwich at my kitchen counter. He moved like someone going through a routine. like he had done this before, like he had done it many, many times. I gripped the edge of the counter, my legs feeling suddenly weak. Then the man turned, not toward the camera, toward my bedroom. He stood there for a moment, still holding the sandwich, still chewing, just looking at the hallway that led to me. Then, after what felt like an eternity, he sat down at my kitchen table, ate his food, and disappeared off screen. The recording ended. I dropped my phone. I backed up until I hit the wall, my breath coming in short, sharp bursts. He was inside my house. He had been inside my house for weeks, eating my food, moving my dishes, watching me while I slept. And the worst part? I had no idea how he was getting in. I did a sweep of the entire apartment, my heart slamming against my ribs. Every window locked. The front door locked. The back door locked. There were no broken locks, no forced entry, no signs that anyone had picked their way inside. But somehow he was getting in. I felt something crawl under my skin, an itch I couldn't reach. I was trapped with him, and I had no idea where he was. I called the police. I don't know why I hadn't done it earlier, maybe because, deep down, I had been convincing myself that I was imagining things. But now I had video proof. I expected them to take hours. I expected them to brush me off. But when I told the dispatcher that there was a man in my house and that I had video of him, they arrived in 10 minutes flat. 2 officers stepped into my apartment, hands resting near their holsters. One of them, Officer Diaz, took my statement. The other, Officer Greer, played the footage back on my phone, his face unreadable. Then he looked at me. "You're sure your doors were locked?" "Yes." "Windows too?" I nodded, my mouth dry. He exchanged a glance with Diaz. "All right," he said, "let's take a look around." They searched my apartment, checking every possible place a person could hide. The coat closet, the cabinets, under the bed. Nothing. No sign of forced entry, no hidden keys. And, most unsettling of all, no trace of the man. It was like he had never been there. Like he had walked in and disappeared. Officer Diaz sighed, running a hand over her face. "We'll file a report, but without a point of entry or an actual suspect, there's not much we can do tonight." I felt my stomach drop. "He was here," I said. "I have it on camera." "I know," she said, "and we believe you. But right now, it's not a crime for someone to walk around your house and eat your food." My jaw clenched. Officer Greer handed me back my phone. "Keep your doors locked," he said. "If anything else happens, call us immediately." Then they left, leaving me alone. With him. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the corner of my bedroom, knife in one hand, phone in the other, staring at the door. Waiting. Listening. The apartment was dead silent, but the silence felt wrong. like something was pressing against it, like something was watching me from the other side of the door. I stayed like that until morning. When the sun finally rose, I forced myself to stand up, my legs sore from staying curled up all night. I went straight to the kitchen, my throat dry. I needed water. I reached for a glass. Then I saw it. The plate. In the sink. Still damp. Still fresh. He had been here again. While I was awake. I backed away slowly, my skin cold. And that was when I finally understood. The police were wrong. He wasn't breaking in at night. He wasn't sneaking in when I wasn't home. Because he had never left. I had been locking him in with me. I stood there, gripping the edge of the counter, staring at the dirty plate in the sink like it was something alive. Like it was proof that I wasn't crazy. Because I knew I hadn't used it. I had been awake all night. I had been watching my own door. And still somehow he had eaten here. While I was in the apartment. While I was awake. A cold sweat broke out across my back. My arms felt numb. I forced myself to breathe, forced myself to think. He was still inside. That was the only answer. The police had checked everywhere, but they hadn't found him. Which meant they hadn't looked in the right place. I moved slowly, every nerve in my body screaming at me to run instead. I turned and walked back toward the hallway, my ears straining for any sound. The apartment was silent. Too silent. I stepped into my bedroom. My closet was open, just a crack. I knew I had shut it before bed. My stomach turned. I reached for the door handle, swallowing hard, yanked it open. Nothing. Just my clothes, my suitcase, the same things that were always there. I let out a shaky breath. Maybe he had already left. Maybe. Then I noticed something. The suitcase. It was pushed slightly forward from where it should have been, like someone had moved it and put it back wrong. I crouched down, heart hammering. And that's when I saw it. The vent. I hadn't thought about it before. It was just a normal vent cover, nothing special, the kind that sat low on the wall near the floor. But now that I was looking at it closely, I noticed something was off. The screws were missing. The cover was just resting against the wall. Like someone had taken it off. Like someone had been using it. A wave of nausea rolled through me. I hesitated. Then slowly I reached forward and pulled the cover away. Behind it was a hole. Not just ductwork, not just a small space. A crawl space. Big enough for someone to fit through. Big enough for someone to live in. My mouth went dry. I grabbed my flashlight and shined it inside. The beam cut through the darkness, landing on something crumpled. Something soft. I squinted. Fabric. A blanket. My stomach twisted into a knot. There were clothes shoved into the corner, empty food wrappers, a half-empty water bottle. My hand started to shake. Then, just as I was about to pull away, A sound, a rustling, from deeper inside. I froze. Then, a deep, shuddering breath. I dropped the flashlight. It clattered against the floor, rolling away. The light bounced wildly against the walls, illuminating flashes of movement inside the crawl space. I shot backward so fast I slammed into the dresser. My knee hit the edge, pain shooting up my leg, but I barely felt it. Because now, I wasn't imagining it. Someone was in there, and they were awake. I ran. I didn't think. I didn't grab anything. I just bolted out of the apartment, heart hammering in my chest. I took the stairs 3 at a time, not stopping until I hit the street. The morning air was cold against my face, but I barely noticed. My lungs burned, my legs shaking. I dug my phone out of my pocket with trembling hands and called the police. Again. This time, they didn't take their time. 2 squad cars pulled up within minutes, and I could barely get the words out as I explained what I had found. Officer Diaz was here again, along with another cop I didn't recognize. They asked me to stay outside while they went in. I stood there, arms wrapped tightly around myself, watching as they disappeared into my apartment. I couldn't breathe. Minutes passed. Then, footsteps. I turned fast. Officer Diaz was coming down the stairs. Her face was grim. "You were right," she said. Her partner came out behind her, carrying something. A bag of belongings. I felt sick. Was he still in there? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Diaz shook her head. He's gone, but he was living there. For a while, by the looks of it. I felt my stomach turn. Do you know who he is? I asked. She hesitated. Then she pulled something from the bag. A photo. It was crumpled and faded, edges torn. I took it from her with numb fingers. It was a picture of my apartment, but not how it looks now. It was old. The furniture was different. The walls had different paint. In the corner of the picture, a man stood by the window. Thin, gaunt, staring at the camera with hollow eyes. Diaz exhaled. This place was his, she said. Years ago, he used to live here, before they evicted him. I felt the blood drain from my face. He never left. She nodded. He was here the whole time. I looked back at the building, at my apartment. I thought about the food, the dishes, the crawling sense of unease I had been feeling for weeks. I had been living with him, sleeping while he crept through the walls, eating while he watched from the shadows. And I had never known. I moved out that day. I packed what I could fit in a suitcase and left the rest behind. I didn't care about my deposit. I didn't care about breaking my lease. I just wanted out. The police never found him. Maybe he had moved on. Maybe he was watching someone else now. I try not to think about it. But every so often, when I wake up in the middle of the night, I can't help but wonder, how many nights did he stand at my bedroom door, just watching? How many times did he sit at my table, eating my food, while I slept only feet away? And worst of all, what would have happened if I had woken up sooner? I never went back to that apartment. I left behind furniture, clothes, and most of my stuff. It didn't matter. The only thing I cared about was getting as far away from that place as possible. Because even though the police never found him, I knew the truth. He was still out there. A week after I moved out, I got a call from Officer Diaz. She didn't waste time on small talk. "We found something," she said. My grip tightened on my phone. "What?" There was a pause. "Come down to the station," she said finally. "It's better if you see it for yourself." I sat in a cold, dimly lit room at the police station, hands curled into fists on my lap. Diaz placed a folder on the table in front of me, her expression unreadable. I didn't reach for it right away. "Are you sure you want to see this?" she asked. I nodded, swallowing hard. She opened the folder. Inside were photos. I recognized my apartment immediately. But the angles were wrong. They weren't taken from inside my rooms. They were hidden shots, grainy, dimly lit, like they had been taken through vents, from behind walls, through tiny gaps in doorways. My stomach twisted. The first one showed me sitting at my kitchen table, eating dinner. The next, me asleep in bed, the glow of my phone still lighting up the nightstand. Then another, and another, each one worse than the last. Me showering, me watching television, me standing in front of the mirror, brushing my teeth. Intimate moments, private moments. I felt sick. "He was watching you the entire time," Diaz said, from the crawl space. My hands clenched. I turned the page. And that's when I saw it. A final photo. Taken from inside my bedroom. Not from the vents, not from the crawl space. From inside the room itself. The timestamp was from a week before I moved out. A few days before I found the attic. I stared at it, my chest tightening. The picture was of me, asleep. But in the corner standing by the door was him. A shadowy figure, barely visible in the dim light. Watching me. Standing inside my room while I slept. I shoved the folder back across the table. "I don't want to see any more." Diaz nodded. "I understand." I forced myself to breathe. "Do you have a name?" I asked finally. "Do you know who he is?" She hesitated. Then finally she nodded. "We do." She pulled out a different file. This one had a mugshot. The face was thinner than I expected, sunken cheeks, hollow eyes, but there was no mistaking it. It was him. "His name is Peter Lance," she said. "He used to live in the building about 10 years ago." I swallowed, and he was evicted, but he never really left. My fingers tightened. "He's been using the crawl spaces and old storage areas ever since," she continued. "We think he moves from unit to unit, sneaking in when tenants aren't home. Most people never notice." A cold wave of nausea rolled through me. Most people never notice. I had noticed, and it still hadn't saved me. I walked out of the police station feeling empty, like I had left a part of myself in that folder, like I had left who I used to be in that apartment. Because even though I was safe now, I wasn't really. Not in the way I had been before all of this happened. Now, whenever I enter a room, I check the corners first. I never sleep without locking my bedroom door. I double-check every window before going to bed, because I know how easy it is. How easy it is for someone to slip into your life without you even realizing. How easy it is for someone to watch you. And worst of all, I know that if I hadn't woken up that night, if I hadn't set up the camera, I never would have known. And that thought keeps me awake at night more than anything else.